reborn in Brazil as a financial tycoon. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 76 Family Dinner Invitation. Fang Lang didn't expect to receive feedback from Reinhardt so soon, and couldn't help but feel happy about his decision. But Fang Lang didn't want Reinhardt to repay the favor so quickly. Of course, he also considered that, if you want to gain true friendship, everyone should be empathetic. So, although Fang Lang liked this gift very much, he had to hesitate and said, "Reinhardt, is this okay? Will it have any bad effects on you or your family? After all, this should have belonged to your trophy, but you gave it to our Brazilian Navy." Hearing Fang Lang's concerns, Reinhardt was also stunned. He looked at Fang Lang deeply and said, "Fang, you are indeed a good friend. Even in the face of such temptations, you are still considering me. But please rest assured, we are friends and allies." The Germans ordered their submarine forces to surrender to the British Empire. Wouldn't the Americans accept it? So, you don't have to worry about anything at all. Even if everyone finds out later that you have captured a U-boat, who would dare to ask for it back? I believe your Brazilian government will not agree. Even if the Brazilian government agrees, will your navy be willing? So you don't have to worry about this problem at all. Besides, as long as you don't publicize this matter, it won't attract other people's attention. Seeing Reinhardt's attitude, Fang Lang knew that they had thought it over carefully, so he said without being pretentious, "In this case, I won't be polite. When are we leaving?" "Well, wait a moment, my Harry is still under repair, but it should be completed tomorrow afternoon. We can set off then. There is another thing I came here for today. My mother wants to invite you to her home for a family dinner. I wonder if you can come." Looking at Reinhardt's expectant expression, Fang Lang laughed and said, "Really? It's an honor. But I'm not familiar with this place. I don't know if there are any suitable stores nearby. I'll go find a suitable gift right away. When is the family dinner scheduled?" Reinhardt was very happy with Fang Lang's straightforwardness. He did not expect Fang Lang to agree to attend his family dinner without hesitation. To be honest, this was the first time Reinhardt invited a non-noble to his home for dinner. He was very worried that Fang Lang would not be able to adapt to British etiquette. In fact, Reinhardt was completely overthinking. Fang Lang had even experienced the Brazilian hostess inviting him to take a bath together. What else could Fang Lang not accept? "Fang, this time it is mainly my mother who wants to express her gratitude to you for my matter, so you don't need to prepare a gift specially. Your presence is the best gift. My father and grandfather are both in London, so this is not a common tea party or banquet, but just a simple family dinner. I hope you won't feel neglected." After hearing Reinhardt's words, Fang Lang also breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, "It's best if it's not the set of you British nobles, otherwise, I really can't get used to it." "Hey, Reinhardt, what's the point of being rude? As a friend, I should visit your home when I come to England. We are friends, so don't worry too much about it. I remember that I have a bottle of whiskey bought in America on my boat. It's very good. When are we going to leave?" Reinhardt was obviously not used to Fang Lang's straightforwardness, and he said quickly, "If it's convenient for you, we can leave now. My mother has prepared the best steak and fried fish, which are guaranteed to be delicious." Hearing Reinhardt praising his mother for preparing British-style food, Fang Lang couldn't help but curl his lips in his heart. As a food dessert, who gave you the courage to think that British food can conquer the picky taste buds of the Chinese? However, as a friend, Fang Lang would definitely not show it. After all, if someone invites you warmly, you can't be picky about the food that others have carefully prepared. This is the most basic courtesy. Then wait a minute. I'll go change my clothes, take the gift, and we'll set off. Reinhardt's home in Plymouth is obviously just a country holiday villa. The house doesn't look very old and doesn't have that sense of historical sedimentation, but the whole house is made of stone, which obviously requires a lot of investment. When Fang Lang arrived at the door in Reinhardt's car, a very delicately dressed woman was already standing at the door of the house waiting. Under Reinhardt's introduction, Fang Lang presented the whiskey he brought. As the two entered the room, They didn't expect that the country villa that looked very ordinary outside was decorated very luxuriously inside. This made Fang Lang sigh that British aristocrats are different. Maybe the topic to be discussed today is more private, so there are no outsiders at home. However, Fang Lang can see that you should have servants to take care of the villa. After greeting each other, Fang Lang came directly to a long dining table under the guidance of the two. The layout of the dining table was very exquisite. Whether it was tableau or plating, Fang Lang could see the owner's intentions. Fang Lang was not polite. After all, the British were not Chinese, so they did not need to be humble. I don't know if it was because he was tired of the food on the warship for a long time, but Fang Lang actually felt that the legendary British food was not bad. The few people talked about the weather in the UK and the economic environment in the UK. As they chatted, I don't know whether it was intentional or not, but Mrs. Henderson, Reinhardt's mother, actually talked about Fang Lang's business. Mrs. Henderson, actually our family is mainly engaged in some shipping related businesses. We just established several companies in the United States some time ago. We want to expand our business, mainly in shipbuilding, logistics, and supporting docks. Oh, Mr. Fang's family is also going to enter the shipbuilding industry? This is our family's advantageous industry. If necessary, we may be able to provide some help. Hearing Mrs. Henderson's words, Fang Lang was stunned and immediately understood what she meant. She wanted to express her gratitude. However, Fang Lang did not want to intervene in traditional cargo ships, but would directly eliminate the old technology and open up a new path. But thinking about the background of the Reinhardt family, Fang Lang felt that maybe he could find a partner directly in the UK. As for the strength of the partner, he was not worried. Everyone was doing business. If the Reinhardt family was strong, then at most they would give you little more shares. If not, then sorry. You can only follow behind and drink some soup. Mrs. Henderson, our family's shipbuilding industry may have a huge impact on the traditional shipbuilding industry. If you are willing, I can introduce your company to our company, and we will set up a new shipbuilding company in the UK together. Then, I promise you that this shipbuilding company will soon become the largest shipbuilding company in the UK, without a doubt. Fang Lang's confident speech made Mrs. Henderson frown, and she began to think that Fang Lang was a Brazilian. If you hadn't saved my son, I wouldn't be here to listen to these arrogant speeches. Reinhardt also looked at Fang Lang with surprise. In his limited contact with Fang Lang, he didn't find that Fang Lang would have such a side. Fang Lang naturally saw the expressions of the two. Fang Lang was not surprised, but since he did plan to open up the market in traditional European and American powers like the UK, it would be a good thing to further bind the interests of both parties through this shipyard. Therefore, Fang Lang directly explained to the idea of the container designed by the shipbuilding company he founded in the United States. After listening to Fang Lang's explanation, Mrs. Henderson and Reinhardt's faces changed drastically. They looked at Fang Lang in shock and said, "Mr. Fang, is what you said true? If what you said is realized, then all the current cargo ships will be directly eliminated. Oh my god. This is incredible. Hey, Fang, I didn't expect your company to have such a killer. If you really plan to build container ships in the UK, I hope the family business will have the opportunity to participate." Fang Lang smiled slightly and said, "As a friend, of course I can't deceive you, but you still need to discuss the specific cooperation plan with the company yourself. I can't get involved too much in this kind of thing, but I will introduce you to them, so that at least you have seized the initiative." Mrs. Henderson smiled helplessly and said, "Mr. Fang, in order to thank you for everything you have done for Reinhardt, I wanted to help your company. I didn't expect to hear such amazing news from you in the end. Thank you so much. Tomorrow I will let the company's people take the initiative to contact your global shipbuilding. Don't worry, we will definitely show our greatest sincerity to promote this cooperation." Chapter 77. Back Road. For Fang Lang, this family dinner at the Reinhardt family was a great gain. After all, it also helped the company find a partner in the UK. The most important thing is that, if the company's cooperation is reached, the relationship between the two will be closer. After returning to the house, Fang Lang directly contacted Colonel Percy and explained to the colonel that he would be invited to participate in receiving the surrender of German submarines and might get a German U-boat as a trophy. Fang, are you serious? You mean that our Brazilian Navy will have the opportunity to get a German U-boat, which is really unbelievable. Colonel Percy was obviously very shocked that Fang Lang could get a German U-boat. This is a killer. The Germans relied on this thing to toss the Allies to sleep and eat. With the use of submarines by the Germans, the world has begun to pay attention to the role of submarines, and Brazil did not even have a submarine at that time. To be precise, I will have the opportunity to obtain a U-boat as a trophy. As for whether this U-boat will belong to the Brazilian Navy, we have to see the situation. This is a trophy obtained by Fang Lang's own relationship. It is not a normal battlefield capture. Fang Lang will not give it to the Brazilian Navy directly for free, not to mention selling it for money. At least your Brazilian government should show some expression. Otherwise, I don't want Reinhard to give this gift easily. After all, this is also a favor he owes me. Fang, I understand what you mean. I will contact General Moraes immediately to see what he thinks. If you need, I will help you find a suitable submarine crew now. Colonel Percy is also a smart man. How much contribution has your Brazilian Navy made in the naval battle? Why should the Allies allocate a U-boat as a trophy to you? Since Fang Lang now has the opportunity to be invited to participate in receiving German submarines, it can only mean that Fang Lang's background in the Allies is unfathomable. Even the commander of the Brazilian Expeditionary Force did not know that the Germans were ready to surrender, but Fang Lang had already learned about it in advance. But this is his personal relationship. There is no reason for Fang Lang to make personal contributions to the Brazilian Navy. But Colonel Percy said that he would find submarine soldiers for Fang Lang, which made Fang Lang a little alert. As far as I know, we don't have a submarine force in Brazil yet. Where can you find the right person? Percy was indeed too excited and did not hear Fang Lang's vigilance from his words. Although we don't have suitable submarine crews, we still have basic sailors. Commanders and officers, of course. You need to solve it yourself, but you definitely need basic sailors. If you transfer the personnel of the house, you will also need to supplement it. Hearing Percy say that the commanders and officers will be solved by himself, Fang Lang also slightly let down his guard. Okay, but all personnel must be interviewed by me personally. Percy finally heard Fang Lang's defensive intention from Fang Lang's words that he needed to be interviewed by him personally. But he was not angry. Instead, he laughed and said, haha. Fang, don't worry. If I want to place my own personnel, I can't be so blatant. I will only find real warriors in the Brazilian Navy for you. You and I are good friends. Only when you become strong, no one dares to touch me easily, right? Have you ever thought about what to do after the war? There are some things that are not convenient for you to come forward, but you can tell me, and I will help you to communicate with the higher-ups. This can be regarded as Colonel Perez's real consideration for Fang language. Since it has been confirmed that Germany is about to surrender, it is definitely necessary to prepare for a rainy day and start thinking about what to do after returning home. Fang Lang actually doesn't know much about the situation in Brazil and doesn't know what to do best in his current situation. Since Colonel Percy took the initiative to bring it up, it is of course necessary to listen to the advice of this old Brazilian Navy. I don't know what good suggestions Colonel Percy has. I don't know the situation of the Brazilian Navy, and I don't know what position I can take after returning home. For Fang Lang's sincere attitude to ask for advice, Colonel Percy also told him everything he knew. Fang, we are brothers. With your record, I believe you will become a lieutenant colonel in the Navy soon. If you become a lieutenant colonel in the Navy, you will be qualified to form your own squadron. Judging from the current situation, your squadron is definitely the most combat-effective force in the Brazilian Navy. Based on my understanding of the Brazilian naval staff, you will most likely be transferred to the Rio base for stationing. After all, Rio is the capital of Brazil, and it is great to have such a naval force that has experienced actual combat. Moreover, the presence of a powerful naval force will undoubtedly provide strong guarantees for Rio's security. I know you have a close relationship with Colonel Teach in Rio, but I suggest that you do not go to Rio. Fang Lang did not expect that Colonel Percy would actually advise him not to go to Rio, and could not help but ask, "Oh, why is that? Aren't the garrison troops in the capital good enough?" Colonel Percy had obviously smelled something bad in advance, because Rio is a powder keg that could explode at any time. "I'm not sure if you will be affected if you stay in Rio." As a reborn person, Fang Lang knew that a military coup would take place in Brazil in October and President Vargas would be forced to step down. It seemed that Colonel Percy, as the president's man, had already discovered some bad signs in advance. "What's your suggestion?" Unexpectedly, Fang Lang did not ask him why he said Rio was a powder keg, but directly asked for his advice. This showed that Fang Lang might also know some news. However, since Percy had decided to leave, he did not ask Fang Lang anything, but directly gave his advice. Of course, stay away from the vortex of right and wrong and find a place to be your own local emperor. There are 3 places that are suitable for you. One is Natal, which is located in the northeast corner of Brazil, and is the closest to Europe and the United States. In addition, there is a transit base established by the US military to support the European battlefield. With the withdrawal of the US military, a complete infrastructure will be left behind. Another is my hometown, Rio Grande do Sul, which is located at the southernmost tip of Brazil, and is the closest to our biggest competitor in South America, Argentina. However, the infrastructure is not perfect and the port conditions are not suitable for use as a military port. Another one is Piranagua in Paraná State. This place is located in the north of Rio Grande do Sul, and has the most suitable seaport in southern Brazil as a military port, but it has not been effectively developed. Of course, you can also see if there is a better place in your mind. You put forward your own ideas, and I will be responsible for coordinating them for you. However, I can't guarantee that it will succeed in the end. Colonel Perez's suggestions coincided with some of Fang Lang's ideas. However, the several ports given did not suit Fang Lang's wishes, so he directly asked about the location in his mind. "Is Santos not okay?" Percy was obviously not surprised by the location Fang Lang mentioned. Obviously, he had also considered this location, but it was rejected in the end. It's not that it's not okay. At present, the most developed cities in Brazil, apart from Rio de Janeiro, are Sao Paulo. If you choose to place the base in Santos, you will be too close to Sao Paulo, which is not necessarily a good thing. It turned out that Colonel Percy was concerned about this. If it were these, Fang Lang would not be worried. After all, he had so many investments in Sao Paulo. Moreover, he had a relationship with the local garrison and police. In addition, if his fleet was stationed nearby, he really wanted to see who would dare to touch his tiger whiskers. "My home is in Sao Paulo, and of course I hope to be stationed in Sao Paulo for a long time. So Colonel Percy, please help me see if you can negotiate with the Navy Department to let me be stationed in my hometown in the future." Seeing that Fang Lang had already made his decision, Colonel Percy would of course not say anything more. He only needed to regard himself as a middleman and convey Fang Lang's ideas. As for what General Moraes would think, it was not for him to comment. His relationship with the Brazilian Navy had been gradually marginalized, so he probably couldn't do much. "If you insist, I will come out and talk to General Moraes first. However, this is the Navy's business after all. General Moraes may be able to make suggestions, but it is not certain that they will succeed." Chapter 78 Surrender. On May 7, 1945, German Admiral Dönitz announced Germany's unconditional surrender. On the morning of May 8, Fang Lang led the house and followed Reinhardt's Harry into the North Sea. According to the position provided by the German Navy, they were ready to receive 2 German submarines that were about to be ordered to surface and surrender. Reinhardt was very excited from the beginning. He directly abandoned his warship and came to Fang Lang's house to chat with Fang Lang to enhance their relationship. He seemed to have no worries about the German submarines that were about to surrender. However, as far as Fang Lang knew, not all submarines obeyed the orders of the German Navy and chose to surrender without hesitation. Some German submarines refused to surrender and chose to sink with the ship. Some German submarines chose to sink the ship after dropping their personnel and surrendering. Some even refused to surrender and chose to fight to the death. Therefore, Fang Lang had to remind Reinhardt in a very unpleasant way. Reinhardt, you don't really think that we just simply arrive at the designated location this time and the nearby German submarines will automatically surface and surrender? As a British aristocrat, Reinhardt didn't think that there was still a fool who would resist fearlessly when the government had already announced its surrender. Fang, are you still worried that those Germans dare not obey orders and resist? The whole of Germany has surrendered. What's the point of them resisting on their own? Fang Lang knew that most Germans obeyed orders and chose to raise their hands and surrender. However, there are some exceptions. Although Fang Lang didn't want to encounter such an exception, the world is unpredictable, and who can say for sure about such things? Please don't ignore the determination of a soldier to die for his country. Now in Reinhardt's mind, Fang Lang's words are no longer as insignificant as before. No matter Fang Lang's achievements in a battle or his relationship with Fang Lang, he is not allowed to ignore Fang Lang's words. Therefore, after hearing what Fang Lang said, Reinhardt couldn't help but fall into thinking, and soon began to change his mind and discuss with Fang Lang the solution if he encountered an abnormal situation. Time soon came to around 5 PM on May 8th. Harry and House arrived at the sea area about 200 nautical miles from Britain to Norway. Sure enough, under the radar scan, they found 2 German submarines surfacing. The distance between the 2 German submarines was not far, and Fang Lang soon heard the communication between Harry and the 2 German submarines from the public communication channel. Listen, 2 German U-boats on the opposite side. This is the destroyer Harry of the British Royal Navy. Our ship has been ordered to accept your surrender. Please turn off the engine and ensure that all personnel disarm and line up on the deck to wait for our ship to inspect. This is the 4th Submarine Squadron of the German Third Reich Navy. The submarines U-2546 and U-554 surrender to the British Navy in accordance with the order of Admiral Dunitz of the Imperial Navy. Please ensure that all personnel on our ship receive the treatment they deserve. As the distance got closer, Fang Lang quickly noticed 2 submarines, one large and one small. There were already a large number of crew members lined up on the submarines, waiting for the inspection of the surrender fleet. According to the tactics discussed by Fang Lang and Reinhardt, the Harry went to receive the surrender of a submarine first, and the House was responsible for guarding in the distance. I don't know whether Reinhardt chose to accept the surrender of the smaller submarine intentionally or unintentionally, because, according to the agreement between the two, whoever accepted the surrendered warship would belong to him. According to Reinhardt's approach, Fang Lang would undoubtedly reap huge rewards. Because, whether it is a surface ship or an underwater ship, tonnage and combat effectiveness are often proportional. German submarines must also conform to this rule, although Fang Lang knows that the 2 submarines in front of him must be German ocean-going submarines, and they belong to the top part in the world. However, Reinhardt was able to leave the larger one to Fang Lang, which made Fang Lang somewhat worried. After all, Fang Lang could clearly see the larger submarine from the telescope, and both the number of crew members and tonnage were obviously larger than the one that Reinhardt received. What surprised Fang Lang the most was that the streamlined hull of this large submarine was obviously more rounded than the other one, which also meant that this submarine was obviously more advanced. It seems that Fang Lang can't refuse Reinhardt's favor. Now Fang Lang is more worried about whether he can take this submarine away. In Fang Lang's eyes, this submarine is definitely the most advanced submarine representative of Germany. If the United Kingdom, the United States and the Soviet Union knew that there was such a German submarine, and it fell into the hands of Brazil, the little brother, would they take it away directly? However, these are not the problems Fang Lang needs to worry about now. The best way is to get the spoils first. At worst, he will not return to Britain after getting them, but directly return to Brazil. Fang Lang stared closely at the Harry's surrender operation through a telescope. Perhaps he learned from the last lesson. This time, Reinhardt was very careful. He first arranged a group of commandos to board the enemy submarine directly. After all the weapons of all the personnel were confiscated, he entered the submarine to search. This time, Reinhardt's entire surrender operation went very smoothly. It was obvious that these Germans had accepted the fact of surrender and no longer struggled in vain. This also made Fang Lang's heart, which had been hanging, put down. Soon Reinhardt completely controlled the enemy's submarine. After transporting some personnel to the Harry for custody, he notified Fang Lang that he could start accepting the surrender of other submarines, and the Harry would be responsible for vigilance. Fang Lang was also excited. He moved the house close to the large German submarine and kept it side by side with the German submarine. He then put down 2 transport boats and led the commandos to board the ship again. Through the telescope, Fang Lang could see that after Duet boarded the enemy submarine, he obviously caused a commotion. Some officers and soldiers on the German submarine did not maintain a strict military appearance as they did when the Harry accepted the surrender, but instead there was a commotion. This made Fang Lang frown, and he directly ordered all the ship's guns to aim at the enemy ship. Fortunately, Duet fired a gun into the sky in time to stop the commotion. Then, Duet even handcuffed several of them, and then transported some of the submarine crew members to the house in batches. With the report of the soldiers who brought back the prisoners, Fang Lang knew what had happened. It turned out that the crew members on the German submarine found that it was not the British Navy, but the Brazilian Navy that came on board to accept the surrender. Captain Lambros Hodge directly stated that he only agreed to surrender to the British Navy and did not agree to surrender to the unknown Brazilian Navy. It was Duet who fired a gun to suppress them, and then they calmed down. Duet was worried that they would hinder the surrender, so he tied them up. This made Fang Lang very angry. These Germans surrendered, but they were still picky. Fang Lang was so angry that he sank all of them into the sea and accused them of refusing to surrender. However, he had to suppress his anger when he thought about getting specific information about the submarine from the captain. He ordered De La Tour to be the new captain and go to receive the enemy submarine. He quietly waited for the captain of the new submarine to be escorted up. He wanted to have a good meeting with this arrogant German. The Germans had already announced their surrender, but they still couldn't see the situation clearly. Soon, the captain of this German submarine, Lambros Hodge, was escorted to the house. What Fang Lang didn't know was that this submarine with the number U-2546 was Germany's latest U-21 submarine. It was a new submarine that was officially launched in May 1944. A total of 119 submarines of this type were built, and 106 were destroyed, most of which were destroyed on the slipway. Therefore, there are actually only 13 left. This shows how precious this submarine is. It is the prototype of modern submarines. The world's first teardrop-shaped submarine and the first nuclear submarine after World War II were greatly influenced by it. Although Fang Lang does not know the specific situation of this submarine yet, it does not prevent Fang Lang from paying attention to the captain of the latest German submarine. After all, Brazil does not have submarines now. Although Fang Lang arranged for De La Tour to receive this submarine, he believes that with the cooperation of the original submarine crew, De La Tour can quickly learn to drive this submarine. However, being able to drive a submarine and making a submarine form combat effectiveness are 2 completely different concepts. This is like the difference between being able to fly an airplane and being able to fly a fighter jet to participate in the war. If possible, Fang Lang hopes to keep the officers of this submarine and train submarine officers for himself. This is a rare German submarine soldier who has experienced actual combat. Chapter 79 means. Just when Fang Lang was still looking forward to how to make his submarine combat ready, the voice of the first officer Amarena came from behind. "Boss, all the crew members of the German submarine have gathered and can start the surrender ceremony." Hearing Rainer's report, Fang Lang did not hesitate and turned around and said, "Let's go and meet this arrogant German guy." Soon, with the arrival of Fang Lang, all the crew members of the house saluted neatly and the surrender ceremony officially began. But when everyone was ready, things happened again. Brothers Hodge had a disgusted expression when he saw Fang Lang coming. He didn't want to continue the surrender ceremony at all. Fang Lang was too familiar with the expression of this captain. This was the obvious racial discrimination. After seeing Fang Lang's skin color, Fang Lang didn't expect that as a defeated prisoner. He dared to discriminate against the enemy who came to surrender. How big a hole in his brain can be to do this? Originally, Fang Lang wanted to keep him to train submarine officers for himself, but seeing this situation, Fang Lang knew that he was overthinking. As the military commander of the victorious country, Fang Lang would not tolerate his bad habits. He walked up to Captain Hodge and said, "Captain, it seems that you are not going to surrender to me, right?" Captain Hodge raised his head with disdain, glanced at Fang Lang from the corner of his eye, and said coldly, "Why should I surrender to you?" Fang Lang shook his head and smiled. All the German submarine officers around him saw Fang Lang's expression and couldn't help but start to disdain him. They thought he was a great man, but Captain Hodge ignored him and still had the face to laugh. Many of the crew members on the house had already raised their guns and pointed them at these German submarine soldiers. Some of the crew members began to look playful, although due to the proportion of white people in Brazil, discrimination was not as serious as in Europe and the United States. However, now that Fang Lang was humiliated by the enemy, he could still laugh. Some people began to look down on Fang Lang in their hearts. "Since Captain, you are unwilling to surrender to me, forget it," Fang Lang said with a smile. Then he removed the heavy expression from Captain Hodge's face and looked at the German soldiers standing behind Captain Hodge and said, "I'll change your captain. You shouldn't mind, right?" The German soldiers looked at the Brazilian officer in front of them inexplicably, thinking, "Are you sick? We are the German Navy. We need the German Navy to order us to change the captain. What's the use of what you said?" The crew of the house was also stunned, and they all cast doubtful eyes at Fang language. But Fang Lang slowly pulled out the pistol from his waist, pulled the bolt to load the gun, smiled at the German soldiers behind Captain Hodge, and pulled the trigger directly. Bang! Everyone was shocked. Obviously, they didn't expect that the man in front of them would suddenly shoot and kill people with a smile. Even a threat was missing. All the German soldiers were in a commotion, but unfortunately they were all prisoners who had laid down their weapons. Under the threat of the guns of the surrounding Brazilian soldiers, they had to endure it. Regarding the commotion of the German soldiers in front of him, Fang Lang seemed to be watching his own children playing, with a smiling expression all the time. When everyone quieted down, Fang Lang pointed to the highest ranking German officer in the crowd and said, "So, now you are their new captain, congratulations." Fang Lang's words made the German officer's eyes twitch, and his expression was very ugly. But Fang Lang continued to smile and said, "I say, what's your name? You smile so ugly." The German officer cursed in his heart, "Which eye of yours saw me smile? So you smile so ugly. Your whole family smiles ugly." Regardless of whether he was speaking or not, he immediately replied, reporting to the commander, "I'm the Deputy Captain Herb Heckel." Hearing the other party's answer, Fang Lang smiled nonchalantly and said, "So Mr. Heckel, what do you say?" Heckel hurriedly said, "Commander, I will surrender to you unconditionally in accordance with the order of General Dunitz." Fang Lang finally revealed a satisfied smile, but everyone looking at Fang Lang's smile no longer found it funny. This naturally included the crew of the house. In fact, the reason why Fang Lang behaved like this today was also intentional. He has always been gentle to his subordinates and won them over by giving them allowances. However, Fang Lang actually knew very well that foreigners often fear power but not virtue, and forget righteousness when they see profit. It is useless to just make them thank you, you must make them afraid of you. Otherwise, sooner or later, when they feel that they have the opportunity to challenge you, they will not hesitate to overturn you to the ground and eat you up. This is also what Fang Lang learned from Colonel Percy. He remembered that President Vargas gave up the foundation of a dictatorship, control over the army, because he believed in his own ruling power, which eventually led to his overthrow by a military coup. He remembered Mao's teaching that only the barrel of a gun can produce a political power. As a Chinese, if he wants to gain a foothold in Brazil, or even develop steadily, the first thing he has to do is to have his own military power. Moreover, in a country like Brazil, where military coups are commonplace, and even in the later period there was a period of military dictatorship for a full 21 years, Fang Lang dare not retire directly without the support of his military background. Fang Lang was very worried that his investment in Brazil would be directly swallowed up. This is also the main reason why Fang Lang was willing to serve as the captain of the destroyer after chatting with Colonel Percy. As long as he has power, he can protect his property from being violated. And if he has money, he can also obtain more stable power in the corrupt Brazilian army. Now his biggest shortcoming is that he has no people. Fang Lang has always believed in a saying that those who are not of my race must have different hearts. Therefore, it is difficult for Fang Lang to really trust the locals. It's not that Fang Lang will trust his fellow Chinese very much. However, at least as a fellow Chinese, after Fang Lang immigrated here in the early stage, he will be the backer of all Chinese compatriots in Brazil. Everyone can't help but stand with him. If some outstanding compatriots can grow up in the later stage, even if they don't stand with him, as long as they don't oppose him, he will support them without hesitation. Because, after all, everyone is of the same origin. In a foreign country, whether you like it or not, all foreigners will regard you as a natural ally. Fang Lang's eyes casually swept over the reactions of the crew of the house behind him. It seems that the effect of killing the chicken to scare the monkey is very good. At least everyone's face began to have a little awe. It seems that I have to find an opportunity to let them see my more ruthless side in the future, so that they love and fear me. If that's the case, then let's get started. In fact, this surrender ceremony is not very complicated, and it's not that the heads of government need to sign any agreement. Therefore, the ceremony was completed quickly. After the agreement was completed, Fang Lang boarded the latest German submarine U-2546 and visited it for a while. Look here, touch there. It was like a child getting a new toy. Although the mechanical equipment was very different from the American equipment, and no one knew the German on the instrument. However, the working principles were basically the same. With the cooperation of the German prisoners, De La Tour was able to master normal surface navigation except for not being able to dive. This was great news for Fang Language. As for how to deal with the submarine, Fang Lang decided to report to the Brazilian Expeditionary Force. After all, he did not expect such an advanced U-boat at first. In this situation, he might not be able to keep it by himself. If there are benefits, he can eat them silently by himself. But when there are difficulties and troubles, of course he has to pull more tall people to come together to hold on. At most, he can share some of the losses that he can bear. When Fang Lang contacted his direct superior, Colonel Percy, before he could report the good news, he received good news first. Chapter 80 Ambition. It turned out that the Allied Command informed the Brazilian Expeditionary Force of the outstanding performance of the Brazilian destroyer Hausen escort and the excellent record of sinking 4 German submarines. The Brazilian Expeditionary Force Command was very excited, especially the Brazilian Navy, which had always lacked a sense of presence in the Expeditionary Force and was somewhat unknown, and suddenly achieved such an excellent record. The senior naval officers in Brazil were ecstatic and felt proud. It can be said that from this moment on, the Brazilian Navy was no longer the original fleet. Now it has actually fought against the most powerful naval force in the world and defeated the opponent with a score of 0-4. In particular, the Royal Navy of the British Empire specially sent a letter of thanks to the Brazilian Navy, thanking the Brazilian destroyer House for extending a helping hand to the Harry on the battlefield. This is a letter of thanks from the most powerful navy in the world to the unknown Brazilian Navy. How can the officers of the Brazilian Navy not laugh out loud? Almost the entire Brazilian Navy instantly agreed to frame this letter of thanks and put it on display in the museum. The biggest contributor to this incident, Lieutenant Commander Fang Lang, the only one in the entire Brazilian Navy who had a record of sinking a ship in actual combat, was to be trained as a future star of the Brazilian Navy. He skipped the position of lieutenant colonel that many people could not reach in their lifetime and became a powerful colonel in the Brazilian Navy. There are even rumors that when Fang Lang returns to China, he will be personally received by the President of Brazil and awarded the highest national honor medal. Fang Lang, who was a little dizzy by the good news of Colonel Percy, finally sorted out his thoughts and reported the difficult situation he encountered to Colonel Percy. Unexpectedly, Colonel Percy smiled bitterly and told him that from now on, his direct superior was no longer Colonel Percy. Instead, he was under the dual leadership of Major General Friedrich Crook, Chief of Staff of the Navy General Staff, and Major General Moraes, Commander of the Brazilian Expeditionary Force. Colonel Percy will return directly to China with the first batch of expeditionary soldiers returning home. The specific time of return will depend on the arrangements of the Expeditionary Force headquarters. In addition, he may retire directly after returning home and return to his hometown to retire. As for Fang Lang's concern about whether the submarine would be taken back by Britain and the United States, Percy gave Fang Lang a personal suggestion, that is, not to return home with the Brazilian Expeditionary Force. Instead, take the initiative to apply to the United States to lead the newly captured German new submarine to help the United States continue to shine in the Pacific battlefield. In this way, the ownership of the submarine will be diluted. In addition, Colonel Percy also hinted to Fang Lang that this kind of voluntary help to the Americans can allow the Americans to support 2 more new warships. The most important thing is that it can temporarily stay away from the upcoming political storm in Brazil. After all, according to Colonel Percy, Fang Lang is no longer the captain of a simple destroyer. Instead, he is the youngest colonel officer in the Brazilian Navy and even the world's navy, and the commander of the most powerful naval fleet in Brazil. Such a person has begun to have a strong influence in the naval camp. Colonel Percy directly suggested that Fang Lang should not easily choose sides, as long as he has a powerful fleet in his hands and the support of the Americans behind him. This political storm will not have any impact on him, and may even be a big help. Obviously, Colonel Percy also thought that he was a natural pro-American, and now the Brazilian army is generally pro-American. He is the only Brazilian officer who is known to have clear ties with the United States. This time, the political storm caused by the pro-American officers who have been baptized by American freedom and democracy. Even if Fang Lang does nothing, he will automatically get a piece of the cake. As for the size of the cake, it depends on Fang Lang's own ideas. Colonel Percy's personal suggestion made Fang Lang excited. The reason for Fang Lang's excitement had nothing to do with the political interests mentioned by Colonel Percy. Instead, if he really joined the Pacific battlefield, he would have the opportunity to directly participate in the war against Japan. Even the landing against Japan, led by the United States. This is a horse trampling on Mount Fuji. The dream of all Chinese men. If I have the opportunity to realize it, how could I refuse it? Thinking of this, Fang Lang didn't care about the new submarine. His heart was completely occupied by the horse trampling on Mount Fuji. As for the idea of ignoring the war and only making money, it was thrown out of the window. After finishing the communication with Colonel Percy, Fang Lang reported the news of the new submarine to Rear Admiral Frederick Crook, Chief of Staff of the Navy General Staff, and General Moraes, commander of the Brazilian Expeditionary Force, according to Colonel Percy's request. However, he received 2 different replies. General Moraes suggested that Fang Lang should not affect the relationship with his allies because of a new submarine, and suggested that Fang Lang directly inform the United States of the matter to see what the United States' attitude was. Rear Admiral Crook of the Navy said that he must keep the warship in his hands and asked Fang Lang to send the submarine back to Brazil. It sounded like the Navy would directly receive it. How could Fang Lang directly transport this new destroyer back to Brazil and hand it over to the Brazilian Navy? Isn't this all the benefits for the Navy to take, and he has to take the blame? Don't even think about it. Therefore, Fang Lang directly followed the order of General Moraes and contacted Commodore Jackson first, explaining to him how he got the new submarine. He asked Commodore Jackson about his opinion on the submarine, and Commodore Jackson said that he had no personal opinion on his affiliation, but he was very pleased that Fang Lang could inform him of the matter. He also suggested that Fang Lang ask Lieutenant General Chambers for his opinion. Fang Lang had no objection to this. It would be great if he could get the support of a Lieutenant General of the Ming Army. General Chambers, I'm Fang Lang, the captain of the House of the Brazilian Navy. I want to ask for your opinion on something. Oh, Fang, I heard about your performance in the Atlantic Ocean, which was quite amazing. What is it that you want to ask my opinion on? Please tell me directly. General Chambers' tone was quite relaxed. It was obvious that he was very satisfied with Fang Lang's performance, and he was also a wise man. General, thank you for your compliment. Fang Lang would not be modest and say anything like compliment at this time. After all, foreigners don't like modesty. Immediately after Fang Lang rescued the Harry invited Fang Lang to participate in the surrender of the German Navy submarine force. As a result, he captured a new German submarine. He wanted to ask the US Navy for its opinion on this new submarine, and whether he could include it in the Brazilian Navy's battle sequence. Vice Admiral Chambers was silent for a while, then he smiled and said, Fang, you didn't simply rescue the Harry, did you? Fang Lang didn't know how to respond to Vice Admiral Chambers' words, but Vice Admiral Chambers didn't wait for Fang Lang to answer and continued, "Don't worry, we also captured the new submarine you mentioned. Since it was given to you by the British, you can accept it with peace of mind. As for whether it should be included in the Brazilian Navy's battle sequence, what do you think about it?" Unexpectedly, the new submarine, that was extremely precious in his, and the Brazilian Navy's eyes, seemed insignificant in the eyes of the Americans. In fact, this is no wonder. The United States has its own complete equipment system. It is impossible for this submarine to be directly added to the US Navy's battle sequence, just because it is advanced. It will also be shipped back, to be dismantled for research. As a capitalist country, if the US military puts the captured submarine into active service, won't the US arms companies lose an order for a submarine? This is absolutely not allowed. Hearing that General Chambers did not directly agree to incorporate the submarine into the Brazilian Navy's battle sequence, but asked Fang Lang about his own thoughts, Fang Lang's heart moved and said, "The Brazilian Navy Department hopes to ship it back to Brazil directly and arrange personnel to take over, but I personally still hope to be able to bring this submarine under my command." Lieutenant General Chambers laughed and said, "You could want to form your own naval fleet. Just relying on your one destroyer and one submarine is not a complete naval fleet." Fang Lang heard what Chambers said and directly said, "My own two ships are definitely not suitable for building my own squadron." Isn't this supported by General Chambers? General Chambers was obviously amused by Fang Lang's words. "What good things are you thinking? The Germans have surrendered. Do you think the US government will agree to equip you with new warships?" Chapter 81, Backfire. The Germans surrendered, but there are still the Japanese, right? Fang Lang's words startled Lieutenant General Chambers. He obviously didn't expect Fang Lang to think of intervening in the Pacific battlefield. "As far as I know, your President Vargas is not willing to let Brazil get involved in the Pacific battlefield. Your idea has no way to be realized. Brazil's current President Vargas is a typical pragmatist. If it weren't for the German submarines attacking Brazilian merchant ships, it would not be so easy for Brazil to join the Allied forces, let alone let Brazil participate in the Pacific battlefield." In fact, after the end of the European War, the Brazilian Expeditionary Force was ordered to be stationed in Italy as an occupation force for Piacenza and Alexandria. However, the Brazilian Expeditionary Force only stayed in Italy until early July and evacuated back home in batches. From this, it can also be seen that Brazil is not a warlike country. Because of this, Brazil did not get much benefit after World War II. In history, apart from bringing back 4 divisions of army equipment, there was not much gain. Even because of the domestic political turmoil, they were not able to share much actual benefits after the war. However, Fang Lang did not want to give up these benefits directly. He was still counting on getting promoted and making money as an occupying force after the war. If the Americans could help him build a modernized naval fleet, Fang Lang would basically achieve his goal. "General, as long as there are enough benefits, even if the president opposes, there will be many people who support it." Chambers didn't quite understand what Fang Lang said about many people supporting it and asked with a little confusion, "What do you mean?" Owning a modern naval fleet is of course in the best interest of the Brazilian Navy, so Fang Lang directly expressed his thoughts. If participating in the Pacific War can allow the Brazilian Navy to have a powerful naval fleet, I think the Brazilian Navy will definitely fully support joining the Pacific battlefield. Unfortunately, Vice Admiral Chambers obviously had his own considerations, or the US government actually did not want an overly powerful modern fleet to appear in Latin America, which was not in the interests of the United States. The current situation in the Pacific battlefield is already very clear, and there is no need to add an additional naval force. Therefore, your proposal is a bit inappropriate. Fang Lang did not consider the United States' positioning and guiding ideology towards Latin America at this time. "I still want to make another effort. The Japanese are very tenacious, aren't they? If, once the Japanese landing war begins, it will inevitably cost a heavy price. At this time, every bit of strength will not be redundant. Unfortunately, since Vice Admiral Chambers has his own ideas and thoughts on the development of Latin America, he will definitely not be easily persuaded by Fang language." What you said makes sense, but now that the European war is over, we have freed up a lot of manpower. Moreover, I'm the commander-in-chief of the 4th Fleet. I cannot participate in the decision-making of the Pacific battlefield. I will convey your wishes to General MacArthur in the Pacific Theater. As for whether your troops will be transferred to the Pacific battlefield, I'm not sure. Listening to Vice Admiral Chambers' evasive words, Fang Lang knew that he had no way to continue to open a breakthrough from here and could only end the call in disappointment. The call with Vice Admiral Chambers was a bit of a blow to Fang language. The fighting passion that had just been ignited was poured out by a basin of cold water. At first, I couldn't understand why Lieutenant General Chambers would reject the willingness of an allied army to actively apply to help the United States fight the war. I thought Chambers had already known about the eggs prepared by the United States. However, I remembered that I started to change my attitude after proposing that Brazil have a strong naval fleet. Slowly, I began to come to my senses. It seems that I have entered a misunderstanding. How can strength rely on the charity of others? It seems that, if I want to build a strong naval fleet in Brazil, I have to rely on my own hands to make it, and my economic development ideas must also change to a certain extent. It turns out that Fang Lang has been considering the political turmoil in Brazil. It is not suitable for large-scale investment in the country now, but now his identity has a certain self-protection ability. I believe that no one should dare to pull teeth from my tiger's mouth. As long as I have a piece of my own territory, I don't believe that anyone dares to show his teeth to me, and the queue must go around me. Fang Lang, who has made a decision in his heart, directly expressed his gratitude to Reinhardt and said that he had received an order from the Expeditionary Force headquarters to rush to the port of Genoa in Italy to wait. Reinhardt was obviously very curious about what happened on the house, but he only reminded Fang Lang to abide by the Geneva Convention and said no more. Fang Lang smiled and said goodbye to Reinhardt without saying much and led the fleet to the port of Genoa. In fact, the Expeditionary Force headquarters did not order Fang Lang to go to the port of Genoa, but Fang Lang knew that Piacenza, one of the bases of the Expeditionary Force, was not far from Genoa. He originally ordered his father-in-law, Mr. Coburn, to acquire Genoa's steel and shipbuilding industry when the Allies just occupied Genoa. Now that he has to change his mind, he will use Genoa's advantages as Italy's steel and shipbuilding center to purchase related equipment to prepare for the construction of steel plants and shipyards in Brazil. After a week of sailing, Fang Lang led the captured German submarine to the port of Genoa in Italy. The reason why it took so long was mainly because everyone was not proficient in the operation of the new submarine, and they had been moving forward while getting familiar with it. During the journey to Genoa, Fang Lang had already reported to the expeditionary headquarters. In fact, most of the expeditionary navy was stationed in the port of Genoa. Because this was the closest port to Piacenza, one of the expeditionary bases, and also the port where the expeditionary force withdrew from Italy, Fang Lang's direct trip to Genoa was a foresight. The person who received Fang Lang at the port was the current Brazilian Expeditionary Navy commander, Colonel Parise. Fang, you're finally back. Get in the car quickly, we'll talk while we walk. General Moraes is still waiting for you at the headquarters. As soon as he saw Fang Lang, Colonel Parise came up and gave him a big hug. Before Fang Lang could say anything more, he dragged Fang Lang onto a Willys Jeep parked next to the port. Hearing that Colonel Parise was going to take him directly to the expeditionary headquarters, Fang Lang was stunned. Is the headquarters in Genoa? Colonel Parise pushed Fang Lang into the Jeep and said, of course not. The headquarters is in Piacenza. We are now the occupying force of Piacenza, which is more than 150 kilometers away from Genoa. We have to hurry, otherwise we will miss dinner. After hearing what Colonel Parise said, Fang Lang laughed and said, isn't dinner simple? Let's find a good restaurant in Genoa and have a good meal before setting off. As a result, Parise rolled his eyes and said, Fang, do you think there will be plenty of food in Italy now? The war has just ended, and order has not been restored. The Italians can't even buy food now, so where can there be a restaurant to give you a good meal? Fang Lang was stunned. Didn't his father-in-law do business here? With the current development speed of global trade in Italy, it should be able to occupy the Italian market quickly. But there is no time. to pay attention to these now. Let's finish the army's business first, and then consider business. Italy at this time has just experienced war and the traffic conditions are very bad. If it is at the current speed, it will take more than an hour to drive a distance of 150 kilometers. However, Fang Lang went through nearly 6 hours of bumpy ride before arriving at the headquarters of the Brazilian Expeditionary Force in Piacenza. Fang Lang was very moved that Colonel Peresi could drive so far to meet him in Genoa. Colonel Peresi, I didn't expect you to come to Genoa to meet me in person. Such a long distance is really too hard. Are you so idle in the Expeditionary Force now? Hearing Fang Lang's words, Colonel Peresi, who was rejoicing that he was not killed by the bumpy ride, was almost angry to death. He rolled his eyes at Fang Lang and said, "What are you thinking? I'm the commander of the Expeditionary Navy. Of course, my base is at the seaside. This time the order is for me to pick you up and report to the headquarters together." Unexpectedly, such a mistake was made, which made Fang Lang's face full of emotion turn directly into embarrassment. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 80 to Reality. In fact, on Fang Lang's way to Italy, the Brazilian Navy had repeatedly communicated with the Expeditionary Force Command about Fang Lang's problem, because both sides had a common goal, which was to enhance the strength of the Brazilian Navy. However, there were serious differences in the treatment of the new submarine seized by Fang Lang and Fang Lang's future work arrangements. The Navy hoped to assign the submarine directly to the Brazilian Navy and establish a formal submarine force. Moraes was worried that, if the Brazilian Navy took the submarine directly, it would cause dissatisfaction with the US government. He even considered using the new submarine in his hands to exchange other ships from the United States to build a complete modern naval fleet. General Moraes obviously overestimated the importance of this submarine to the United States. Therefore, after learning that Fang Lang drove the submarine to Genoa, he directly ordered Peresi to bring Fang Lang to the Expeditionary Force Command for discussion. Because Fang Lang's current military rank has risen, although his position has not yet been clarified. According to the results of Moraes' communication with the Navy, Fang Lang will serve as the commander-in-chief of the Brazilian Navy's First Fleet. Of course, this First Fleet is just a name. After all, the current Brazilian Navy, apart from a few old warships from the First World War as patrol fleets in various war zones, has no fleet organization capable of going to the deep sea for operations. This is equivalent to having only local armed police, but no field troops. Now Brazil has finally produced a force that has real combat experience and has the latest destroyers of the US military and the latest submarines of Germany. If we don't take the opportunity of participating in such a war and upgrade the Navy's strength, where will there be such a good opportunity in the future? In fact, when we talk about this, we have to talk about the Brazilian government at this time. In fact, it was established by President Vargas, a liberal, who launched a coup with the support of the lieutenant officers. However, he did not overthrow the ruling position of the monopoly big business owners and big estate owners, but let the Brazilian government lead the monopoly big business owners and big estate owners to rule the country in a subordinate relationship. In fact, the nature is a country that tends to be somewhat dictatorial, but as Brazil joined the Allies and its cooperation with the United States continued to deepen, the ideas of freedom and democracy began to appear in society. Even President Vargas was affected by President Roosevelt's re-election and death in office. They began to learn from the United States, put down the army that supported them to gain power, and began to learn from the practices of the democratically elected government to establish their own political party. From a dictator to a civilian politician, in the process of such a transformation, the country's investment in the army will begin to decrease. During this period, the Brazilian Expeditionary Force was exposed to the outside world through the World War. This is like a rural landlord who has several long-term workers who have been working for him and have never seen the world. However, one day he asked his long-term workers who have never seen the world to help the neighboring farmer. When the long-term workers arrived at the farmer's house, they saw that the farmer had good food, new clothes, and the work was automated by tractors, which was very easy. This was a world of difference from the old cow pulling the plow and the hoe working in the rural landlord's house. Who could bear it? It happened that the workers and peasants at the bottom of the society also began to awaken under the influence of the Soviet Workers and Peasants Party. If Vargas wanted to truly become president through democratic elections, he would of course need the votes of the majority of workers and peasants. In order to win the votes of the grassroots people, Vargas had to improve the treatment of workers and peasants. Then, the big entrepreneurs and big estate owners who have been supporting you are equivalent to the wife, who manages the money at home. Won't their interests be damaged? In this case, the long-term worker who has seen the world and the wife who manages the money at home will inevitably come together. It will not be as simple as just giving a hat. It will directly kill for money. Of course, this is a far-fetched topic. Think about the Brazilian army that has seen the world outside during this period. How can it accept the shabby farm tools at home? They must want to buy some new mechanized equipment outside. However, the Brazilian government is not strong enough, joined the war too late, and its contribution to the war is very limited. It is a foolish dream to want Europe and the United States to support Brazil's military construction at the national level. As a result, a family-born child among the long-term workers, I don't know where to get through the relationship with the farmer. Surprisingly, he took back to new mechanized equipment, which really made all the long-term workers happy. The status of the family-born child directly rose and became a small steward. This is Fang Lang's current situation in the Brazilian army. As the head of the farmhands who led everyone to work, General Moraes was somewhat worried about gains and losses, but in order to work easily in the future, he had to take this family son seriously. So, when Fang Lang came to the expeditionary headquarters accompanied by Colonel Percy, General Moraes seemed to have changed. He no longer issued orders directly, but began to ask Fang Lang for his opinion. Fang, I wonder if you have found out how the Americans plan to deal with this submarine? Regarding this latest German submarine, General Moraes was still quite nervous. He wanted to own it, but was afraid of causing dissatisfaction among the Americans. Fang Lang looked at the somewhat nervous General Moraes in front of him and said, General, according to your instructions, I inquired with the US Navy. They meant that they would not interfere with this submarine. This result made General Moraes breathe a sigh of relief, and he couldn't help but feel happy. After all, in this way, Brazil had its first submarine. As a general, he couldn't let his subordinates see his guilty conscience, so he pretended to be calm and said, well, I understand. As the person who captured it, have you ever thought about how to deal with this trophy? Fang Lang knew what the Brazilian Navy thought about this submarine. Now General Moraes asked him for his opinion. Maybe he was asking on behalf of the Navy. Therefore, Fang Lang would definitely not let him say that it should be assigned to the Brazilian Navy. He said directly, my own trophy. Of course I hope to use it myself. And I have asked my deputy captain to learn how to use this submarine under the guidance of the German prisoners. Hearing Fang Lang's words, General Moraes did not show any surprise. Obviously he had anticipated Fang Lang's idea. He glanced at Colonel Percy who was sitting on the side and said, for your outstanding performance in the war, the Expeditionary Force Command has jointly recommended you for merit with the Navy Department. I think you have already heard this good news, right? Fang Lang heard General Moraes' words with a sincere look, and said to General Moraes with gratitude on his face, thank you very much for your trust and help. Colonel Percy has told me that it is because of your strong recommendation that I'm where I'm today. Hearing Fang Lang's words, Moraes couldn't help but look at Colonel Percy more. Colonel Percy had a blank expression on his face, as if Fang Lang was talking about someone else. In his heart, he couldn't help but sigh that Fang Lang was really good at being a man. He thought that he was a person who was about to leave, but Fang Lang was still saying good things for himself. My idea is to set up a new fleet separately and give it to you to command. However, it is definitely not enough to rely on the 2 warships in your hands now. I don't know what you think. Fang Lang certainly understood what General Moraes meant. Of course, he wanted to be able to ask the Americans for help again. I wanted to pretend to be confused, but I thought that pretending to be confused would not solve the problem. They would order me to talk to the Americans later. Wouldn't that be embarrassing? It would be better to be straightforward and say, General, I have talked to Vice Admiral Chambers of the US Navy. The result is not ideal. General Maurice and Colonel Percy both looked at Fang language. Obviously, they did not expect that he had already explored the bottom of the Americans. And he said it very frankly. Oh, what does not ideal mean? Tell me. Combining Vice Admiral Chambers' words with my own understanding, an overly powerful Brazilian Navy is not in the interests of the United States. Fang Lang's words made both of them stunned. Colonel Percy obviously did not understand what it meant to be not in the interests of the United States. But General Maurice's face had understood what Fang Lang meant. Looking at the young man in front of him, he did not expect him to say such a thing. He could not help but start to look at Fang Lang seriously. He originally thought that Fang Lang was just a young man with a little American background, and he could use his relationship to seek more benefits for Brazil. As a result, a naval battle made him famous in the Brazilian Navy and he became the only naval captain in the Brazilian Navy with a record of actual kills in the European War. Judging from this sentence now, Fang Lang actually has a high level of political wisdom. This is really a big surprise. I just don't know if he considers the issue from the perspective of Brazil. Maybe I can take this opportunity to test his position. He also said, oh, then do you think we should give up? We definitely can't give up directly. You can't beg for strength. This time I have finally realized that it is impossible to rely on the Americans. We can only rely on ourselves. Chapter 83 Remention. Fang Lang spoke his mind without hesitation. After all, he was not a real pro-American. He just wanted to use the Americans. General Maurice was very satisfied with Fang Lang's answer, which showed that Fang Lang was a Brazilian citizen who truly had Brazilian nationalist sentiments. This was very important. Tell me, how are you going to rely on yourself? It's not good to ask questions to the bottom of things. As a general, is it appropriate for you to ask questions like this? Although he thought so in his heart, Fang Lang certainly couldn't say it out loud. After all, this is now his direct superior. He could only answer, I plan to let my family invest in building a steel plant and shipyard. Sooner or later, we will build a strong navy ourselves. General Maurice was shocked by Fang Lang's words. In 1940, Brazil danced back and forth between Germany and the United States for a steel plant. In the end, the United States loaned $10 million to build Brazil's first steel plant in Volta Ranch, Brazil. It also officially represented that Brazil gave up Germany and joined the American camp. Later, there was the incident of German submarines attacking Brazilian merchant ships. It has only been a short time, and your family is actually able to build a steel plant and a shipyard. Why didn't you do it earlier? Are you serious? Your family is so powerful. Fang Lang certainly understood the principle of not showing off one's wealth. He couldn't let Maurice know that he had such financial strength. Of course my family doesn't have such strength. But our family is able to raise these funds. Of course, this requires the support of the government. Such a large investment cannot be landed in Brazil for no reason. The Brazilian government must come forward and pay some benefits. Otherwise, if you build a steel plant and a shipyard in Brazil, you will be sucked by the local government or local tyrants and become a sucker. Just by solving local employment, you can enjoy a series of benefits from the local government, such as land fee concessions, tax exemptions, etc. Maurice had never thought that he would have such a harvest today. He looked at Fang Lang seriously and said, Fang, I will report this matter to Mr. President in person. I understand your idea. Don't worry, if you can really make this project land in Brazil, then I promise you that I will fully support you on behalf of the military. Fang Lang understood very well that General Maurice's statement represented the full support of the military for him, which certainly did not only refer to supporting the construction of his factory, but also necessarily included his position in the military. This statement was too important for Fang language. Because General Maurice's position in the Brazilian military was very special. Although he was only a major general, he was also a Brazilian army marshal. According to the Chinese saying, he was a student and an old friend, and he was all over the government and the opposition. If he had his support, at least in the next few Brazilian coups, Fang Lang would no longer have to worry about the safety of his family in the factory. Thank you for your support, General. If you agree, I will explain my idea to my family tomorrow. I believe that I will get a clear answer soon. General Moraes was very satisfied with Fang Lang's statement. He slapped his thigh and said, good, good, good. If this is successful, then I believe that no one will dare to express any objection to you taking such an important position at such a young age. General Moraes' words made Fang Lang stunned, but it was normal to think about it. In a dictatorship like Brazil, a society with a slightly feudal hierarchy, Fang Lang, a young minority with no family background, can be quickly promoted to today's status. How could there be no opponents? No wonder Colonel Percy said that he would be promoted to the rank of colonel. But today, he did not receive a promotion order when he arrived at the headquarters. It turned out that there were still obstacles. In this way, building steel mills and shipyards in Brazil is no longer a simple economic issue. It must be elevated to a political issue. Fang Lang, who had already made up his mind, remained calm on his face and did not respond to General Moraes' words. After sighing, General Moraes spoke again. Alas, if this is the case, our plan to build a strong navy will have to be postponed. Looking at the somewhat dejected General Moraes, Fang Lang could only sigh. After all, his grand wish to trample Mount Fuji was not realized. Colonel Percy, who had been standing next to him like a transparent man, suddenly said, Fang, is the plan to participate in the Pacific battlefield not feasible? General Moraes was stunned by Colonel Percy's words. While he was still thinking about what this plan was, Fang Lang had already spoken. I proposed this idea to General Chambers, but it was rejected. After all, the US military has now gained an absolute advantage in the Pacific battlefield. Moreover, the fleet in the Atlantic is also enough to support the Pacific battlefield. Wait, what exactly is this Pacific battlefield plan you two are talking about? Why don't I know it? General Moraes was obviously stunned by what the two said, and at the same time, his curiosity was aroused. Fang Lang and Colonel Percy exchanged glances, and Fang Lang motioned Colonel Percy to speak. After all, this was his idea. However, Colonel Percy obviously didn't want to be in the spotlight. After all, he had already decided to leave, and it didn't matter whether he had made any contributions or not. It would be better to let Fang Lang increase his political capital. So, he shook his head and motioned Fang Lang to speak. Seeing the two pushing each other back and forth, General Moraes became impatient and said to Fang Lang, Fang, you tell me, what is the plan? Since Colonel Percy was unwilling to say, and General Moraes called on his own general, Fang Lang could only say, this is Colonel Percy's idea. He hopes to obtain the support of the US Navy for our construction of a naval fleet by actively applying to join the Pacific battlefield. However, he was rejected by Lieutenant General Chambers on the grounds that the Pacific theater was not under his management. Fang Lang's words made General Moraes fall silent. After a long while, he said, as far as I know, the British Navy established the Pacific Fleet in November last year and wanted to participate in the Pacific operations, but was rejected by the US Navy. But now the British Pacific Fleet is also active in the Pacific battlefield. Why can't we join? Fang Lang and Colonel Percy stared at Lieutenant General Moraes blankly, thinking, the British and Americans are brothers, and the British Pacific Fleet has the support of many British dominions. Although it is not as strong as the US Pacific Fleet, it is not something our two broken ships in Brazil can resist. There was no need for Fang Lang and the others to speak out their thoughts, as General Moraes had already answered his own question. The British Pacific Fleet is strong enough. Alas. In the final analysis, it is because we Brazilians are not strong enough. Even if we take the initiative to help others, no one will want us. No one dared to answer such a question. The two could only look at General Moraes with a little embarrassment. Fang, why do you think the British must join the Pacific battlefield? Fang Lang was a little unprepared for General Moraes' sudden question, but he was still a college student after all, and it was not a piece of cake to analyze this simple question. After a little thought, Fang Lang said, I think there should be at least two reasons. One is to restore their ruling position in the Southeast Asian colonies occupied by the Japanese. The other is that they hope to gain more say in post-war Asian issues. General Moraes' eyes lit up at Fang Lang's answer. He didn't expect Fang Lang to be so thorough, and he couldn't help but admire Fang Lang even more. Colonel Percy on the side was a little stunned. Isn't this knowledge that diplomats should master? Why do you all know it, and I'm just like a fool? Brazilian schools don't teach politics, and there is number 5,000-year-old civilization like China to learn. Although, it is painful to learn. But knowledge is really good. General Moraes didn't know if he was really inspired by Fang Lang's words, and he actually started to mutter, right to speak, this word is well used. Then he stood up and started to walk back and forth in the office. After a while, he said, Fang, you said that we, Brazil, participated in the World War. As a victorious country, don't we also have some right to speak? Isn't this nonsense? If there is no benefit, will President Vargas choose to join the Allies and send troops to join the European battlefield? Is it really for a few sunken merchant ships? Don't be stupid. Fang Lang had to answer General Moraes' question. General, yes, we are also a member of the Allies, and of course we have the right to speak. Hearing Fang Lang's affirmative answer, General Moraes said leisurely, then can't we ask for a strong naval fleet? This is not easy to respond, and this is not something the army can decide on its own. Generally, such matters are discussed by the head of government and the diplomatic department, and it is the military's turn to make the decision. Moreover, a strong navy obtained in this way cannot be considered truly strong. It must have continuous production capacity to be considered strong. Perhaps, we should let the government come forward to talk to the Americans. Although our Navy's contribution to the European war is only your force-sinking records, our Army and Air Force have made great contributions. It is not too much to ask for an aircraft carrier fleet. Chapter 84 State Relations. Fang Lang didn't expect General Moraes to have such a big appetite, and couldn't help but secretly smack his lips. But he couldn't help but yearn for it in his heart. If there really was an aircraft carrier fleet, he didn't know if he would have a chance. Soon, Fang Lang threw this unrealistic fantasy out of his head. He didn't have the experience of the Air Force, and he probably couldn't play with the aircraft carrier fleet. It's better not to be so ambitious. What's more, as the head of the government, this kind of thing must not only consider the military level, but also the political and economic levels. So General Moraes' idea is doomed to be impossible to achieve. As a subordinate, Fang Lang couldn't refute the words of his superiors. So Fang Lang could only remain silent and silently recite the invisibility spell in his heart, just like hoping that the teacher in the school would not point to him when asking questions. Unfortunately, this kind of spell is often not very effective. General Moraes named Fang Lang again and said, Fang Lang, what do you think? This made Fang Lang's scalp numb. Shouldn't you discuss this matter with the senior officials of the Navy? Why do you always ask my opinion? On second thought, it's not right. I will be a naval colonel soon, so I will be a senior naval official. It seems that there is nothing wrong with asking for my opinion. After thinking about it, Fang Lang answered directly, if we can have an aircraft carrier fleet, we will become the most powerful country in South America in terms of military strength, which is of course a good thing. However, it may be difficult for us to maintain the operation of an aircraft carrier fleet with the economic strength of Brazil. This problem was obviously ignored by General Moraes. After being raised by Fang Lang, he had to give up his idea. He couldn't just take back a fleet and leave it to rust in the port. What you said makes sense. What kind of fleet do you think we should have? Or what kind of fleet do you want to have? It seems that General Moraes has not given up the idea of taking over a fleet from the US military, but Fang Lang knows that with the increasing advancement of missiles, all current warships will soon be eliminated. However, the naval officers and soldiers need another warship for training. It is best to form an aircraft carrier escort fleet without an aircraft carrier, so that as long as they have an aircraft carrier, they can directly become an aircraft carrier fleet. If it were me, I would want to form a fleet with 1 to 2 cruisers, 4 to 6 destroyers and 2 to 3 submarines, plus 1 to 2 supply ships. Fang Lang's words made General Moraes and Colonel Percy understand what he meant instantly. Isn't this an escort formation for an aircraft carrier battle group? It seems that everyone has the same long-term goal. This is considered a common aspiration. Hello, comrades. General Maurice nodded with satisfaction, and then changed the subject. If the United States is unwilling to support us in participating in the Pacific battlefield, do you still want to participate? Is there any need to ask this? Of course I want to participate. This is a horse trampling on Mount Fuji. As an occupying force landing on the Japanese mainland, I want to go at my own expense. But this must not be said to General Maurice. But Fang Lang can also taste some flavor from Maurice's words. Obviously, General Maurice also wants to organize the army to participate. This made Fang Lang wonder. Fang Lang knew that the Brazilian Expeditionary Force was instigated by General Maurice. Now he wanted to participate in the Pacific War. What did this mean? Was Maurice really a warmonger? Did he like fighting? It was better not to express his opinion in a hurry. Maybe General Maurice would arrange for him to participate without him saying that he wanted to participate. Thinking of this, Fang Lang pretended to be embarrassed and said, if there is no benefit, it seems that there is no need for us to stick to it. Hearing Fang Lang's answer, General Maurice raised his eyes. Young man. He is still too young. He needs more experience. What benefits do you want? Of course, we need to have a few more warships. Otherwise, the one destroyer and one submarine I have will be useless in the Pacific battlefield. You don't think you can play a big role when you arrive in the Pacific battlefield, do you? In that case, the Americans don't welcome us, and there is no benefit, so there is no need for us to join in the fun. Didn't you just analyze why the Americans didn't want Britain to participate in the Pacific battlefield, but the British insisted on participating? Why don't you understand it when it comes to you? Oh, I understand. You are talking about the right to speak. But even if we participate in the Pacific battlefield, we won't get much right to speak. General Maurice shook his head, obviously denying Fang Lang's answer. However, he admired Fang Lang very much, so he continued to guide him. Didn't you say that our strong naval power is not in the interests of the United States? Do you think it is in the interests of Britain? Fang Lang thought for a while, and finally understood what General Maurice meant. He couldn't help but look at him with a shocked face, and was a little dumbfounded. It seems that I really underestimated the heroes of the world. Even a country like Brazil, which has a generally low cultural level, can have such strategic thinking. Fang Lang can't help but admire it. It seems that General Maurice is not a simple soldier. Looking at Fang Lang's expression, General Maurice smiled with relief. Today's harvest is really great. I didn't expect that there would be such an outstanding young man in the Brazilian Expeditionary Force. Now the relationship between the United States and Britain must first be an alliance, which is beyond doubt. However, at the same time, the two countries have their own interests. Take international status as an example. As a veteran world power, Britain has always been in a leading position. However, after being weakened by the two world wars, the world's leadership has obviously begun to shift to the United States. Can Britain let go easily at this time? Definitely not. Therefore, differences began to appear between the two countries at this time. However, as a creditor of Britain, the United States cannot directly resist Britain. It is certain that it will drag its feet secretly. General Maurice obviously saw this point. Now Brazil can be said to be completely pulled on by the Americans, and everything must be listened to by the Americans. However, the Americans must use their little Brazilian brother and guard against him at the same time. General Maurice obviously hopes to participate in the Pacific battlefield through the British, even if he doesn't want anything, as long as he can get in touch with the British. Brazil can seek some of its own interests in the competition between Britain and the United States. This is why General Maurice asked whether Brazil's strong naval power is in the interests of Britain. There is definitely no benefit on the surface. After all, everyone is in the Atlantic Ocean and may become a competitor. However, the United States has always regarded the entire Latin America as its own backyard. Does Britain really want South America to become the backyard of the United States? Therefore, it is definitely in the interests of Britain for Brazil to jump out at this time. With the British character of stirring up trouble, they will definitely extend a hand of friendship to Brazil. And Brazil can also take the opportunity to get rid of being a puppet of the United States, which is a happy ending. Although Fang Lang did not answer General Maurice's question, General Maurice had understood everything from Fang Lang's expression. Without Fang Lang speaking, General Maurice spoke again. "You have your own connections in the UK this time, right?" Fang Lang did not hide the question from General Maurice and said directly, "Yes, the captain of the Harry who was rescued by me during this escort is the son of the British Deputy Chief of Naval Staff Fit Henderson." Hearing Fang Lang's answer, General Maurice couldn't help but sigh that the young man in front of him was really blessed and enviable. "If that's the case, then you young people can communicate more. I will ask the government to communicate and coordinate. You go back and prepare. Whether it succeeds or not, we have to try it." Fang Lang had originally given up his grand goal of stepping on Mount Fuji, but he didn't expect that General Maurice would bring it up again and raise it to a higher political level. The main goal of this meeting, the ownership of Germany's new submarines, was directly left unresolved. In fact, it was not left unresolved. Fang Lang had already expressed his position to General Maurice, and General Maurice did not object. Sometimes not objecting to something is just an attitude. Sometimes, not opposing is support. Thanks to book friends Jingzao and Mr. Wei, Bookworm is almost blind. The appearance of the accomplished love song is too monotonous. Book friend 201811262315026000. Book friend 201911222232520111. Eternal cloudlessness, the direction of the dream is called Chuang. Book friend 201909062239500032, and several book friends for their awards, and the monthly tickets and recommendation tickets of all book friends. Your support is the motivation for me to continue writing. Thank you all. Chapter 85. Goodbye Father-in-law. Both parties were very satisfied with the discussion that lasted for more than 6 hours, and both parties had gained something extra. Due to the late time, Fang Lang and his partner did not rush back to Genoa overnight, but spent the night in Piacenza. The next morning, they drove back to Genoa. There was no conversation along the way. After Fang Lang returned to Genoa and arranged the work of the army, he went directly to the Office of Global Trade in Genoa. Although the work has always been communicated through telegrams, Fang Lang now wants the steel mills and shipyards in Genoa to support the new steel mills and shipyards in Brazil. Therefore, Fang Lang must personally understand his steel mills and shipyards in Genoa. It happened that his father-in-law was also in Genoa, and it would be inappropriate for Fang Lang not to meet his father-in-law. The two exchanged a few pleasantries, and after Coburn personally poured a cup of coffee for Fang Lang, he couldn't wait to say, "Boss, you are finally back. If you don't come back, I will go to find you." Fang Lang was stunned. "What's going on? Lilith is pregnant? That's not right. I haven't hit a home run yet. What's wrong?" "According to your instructions, the company has been buying transport ships from the US military. However, now that the war is over and the shipping routes are safe, everyone is rushing to buy transport ships, causing the prices of transport ships to soar. As a result, the ship purchase plan you set for us could not be completed on time. I'm really sorry. I wonder if we have to increase the purchase price as well," Coburn said carefully with a hint of apology. Hearing that it was just the plan that was not completed, Fang Lang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief for fear of being blamed. "It's not a big deal. If you can't buy it, just rent it. Anyway, these ships will not be glorious for a few years. It's easier to sell them if you buy less." He smiled indifferently and said, "I thought something happened to Lilith. What's the matter with this little thing? How many ships do we have now?" Fang Lang's words made Mr. Coburn embarrassed. Obviously, he was a little embarrassed to discuss his daughter and his affairs with his boss. He could only say with a weird expression, "Lilith and Vivian are both very good, but they both miss you a little. If you don't have time to go to Naples, I can ask them to come over." He didn't expect Mr. Coburn to answer like this. Isn't it clear that he doesn't object to him getting the sisters directly? This is so happy. If the father-in-law doesn't object, then what else can he say? Fang Lang's expression began to make him want to laugh uncontrollably. He smiled and accepted it. "Really? That's great. I miss them too, but I really don't have time to go to Naples now." Mr. Coburn was so angry about Fang Lang's answer that he wanted to pour the coffee in front of him directly over Fang Lang's head. Can it be more shameless? This can't even be called a scumbag. He is simply a beast, but he is powerless to change it. Who told the 3 women in the family to have reached an agreement? He could only change the subject directly. We now have a total of 56 cargo ships, all of which are heading to the United States and Brazil. However, the war has just ended. Therefore, the supplies have not been delivered so quickly. The earliest supplies are expected to arrive in 4 days. Seeing that his father-in-law's face was a little dark, Fang Lang decisively sorted out his mood and started working seriously. Otherwise even he would not be able to help but want to beat himself. Since everyone is scrambling for cargo ships, then we should not participate anymore. The route has been restored to safety, so we will directly outsource our transportation tasks to the transportation company. Global Trade Company is a trading company. We must operate separately from global transport and have independent accounting. Didn't the United States arrange someone to take over the transportation company? When talking about the company, Mr. Coburn was still very serious. It has been taken over. I'm doing the handover with Global Steel and Global Shipbuilding these days. If you come a few days later, I should have returned to Naples. Obviously, the several new companies established during the study in the United States have started to operate as planned. Then the plan to build a steel plant and shipyard in Brazil can be started. Oh. Then I'll meet them tonight and assign them some work. When will the 2 factories be able to resume production? Speaking of the factory's resumption of production, Mr. Coburn couldn't help but feel relieved. It may depend on the integration situation. Fortunately, we acquired Genoa directly when it was just recovered. As soon as the Germans surrendered, someone came to search and confiscate the factory. Fortunately, we stated that we were a branch of an American company in Italy. That's why it was not searched. The other shipyard was directly searched by the occupying forces because it was an Italian company and had built warships for the Italian Navy. Recently, we have recruited a lot of talents from their factory employees. Alas, it seems that, although the war is over, it may take a long time to restore normal life order. I didn't expect that there was a shipyard next door that had built warships for the Italian Navy. Isn't this exactly what I need? Don't think that the Italian Army's combat effectiveness is not good, so you think that Italy's equipment is not good. No matter what others say, it is also a world power, and its equipment manufacturing capabilities are still quite good. Think about some high-end car brands such as Ferrari. You said this shipyard has built warships for the Italian Navy. Have we recruited the designers from their company? Speaking of the current situation of Italian workers, Mr. Coburn couldn't help but sigh in his heart. If it weren't for Lilith knowing Fang Lang, maybe his family would be struggling on the poverty line now. Thinking of this, he actually felt less resentful towards Fang Lang, his son-in-law. After all, he was also the benefactor who saved their family from the sea of suffering. Of course there are. Prices in Italy are soaring, and materials are in short supply. Because of the war, everyone has basically manufactured military equipment for the army. Therefore, many factories are now confiscated, liquidated, or stopped. The original workers are unemployed. Only companies like ours with American background can still operate normally. We recruit some workers to prevent everyone from going hungry. However, the shortage of various raw materials is severe. For example, the steel mill has stopped working because there is no iron ore. It was stopped because of raw materials. Isn't this a joke? Brazil is now a supplier of raw materials to the United States. What kind of raw materials are not available? Isn't this just a thirsty person meeting a water seller? Fang Lang said nonchalantly, Brazil has one of the best iron ore reserves in the world. You can ask the Brazilian branch of global trade to purchase iron ore directly from Vale, Brazil, and start the factory as soon as possible. Soon, the United States will pass a plan to aid Europe. The demand for infrastructure materials such as steel and cement will flourish, and we must seize the opportunity to develop rapidly. Aid Europe plan? Fang Lang immediately realized that he had spoken too quickly and almost revealed history, so he quickly changed the subject and said, yes, but time is not that fast. Now Italy should have the most valuable daily necessities such as grain and oil. We must make good use of our own multinational company status. Keep the telegram open and circulate scarce materials between countries at any time. By the way, has the demand for cigarettes slowed down now? Fang Lang was still very concerned about his main business. With the end of the war, the mental pressure on the soldiers was no longer as great as during the war, although the demand for cigarettes still existed. However, everyone would not continue to spend high prices to purchase cigarettes. Therefore, Fang Lang directly notified global trade to reduce the purchase of cigarettes when the war was about to end, change the business direction, and began to operate the necessities of people's lives, such as grain, oil, seasoning, coffee and the like. The sales of cigarettes have obviously dropped, but the good luck cigarettes shipped from Brazil recently have a rich taste and are very unique. Although it is impossible to continue to maintain the original high price. However, the Gambino family still hopes that this channel will not stop. But I guess after the government officially returns to normal, we may have to obtain a tobacco and alcohol monopoly license. After all, Mr. Coburn was born to do formal business, so he still has some concerns about cooperating with the Gambino family. Perhaps it is because of the crackdown on the mafia by the Mussolini government that he is still frightened. He is afraid that the good import and export trade will be classified as tobacco smuggling by the government, and he will be in trouble. Or he can only feel at ease if he obtains the government's authorization. Fang Lang doesn't care. At worst, he will let his uncles and Shu gang cooperate directly with the Gambino family. As long as the cigarettes of his factory can be sold and make money, I don't care how to sell them. So, Fang Lang said casually, well, you can think of these things yourself. Chapter 86 Fang Yuan Group. After Fang Lang finished talking with his father-in-law in Genoa, he met with the person in charge of global steel and global shipbuilding in Genoa. Accompanied by several people, he visited his own steel plant and shipyard. Looking at the blast furnace of the steel plant and the slipway of the shipyard, Fang Lang couldn't help but feel excited. He could be regarded as digging the corner of capitalism. He couldn't help but feel a little proud. After integrating the advanced technology and talents of various factories in Britain, the United States, Germany and Italy, he would definitely be able to establish his own steel and shipbuilding industry in Brazil. With containers, container ships, port machinery and docks, will there be a chance to become a shipping king? Thinking about it, I was very excited. After arranging the task of recruiting people and building new shipyards and steel plants in Brazil with several people, he also treated several people to a big meal because his father-in-law was present. Some one-stop programs were forced to be cancelled. After returning to the fleet, Fang Lang directly contacted his father who was far away in Brazil and asked his father to establish a Fang Yuan Group in the name of the family and contact the mayor of Sao Paulo. Fang Yuan Group intends to establish a steel plant and a shipyard in Brazil in a joint venture with the United States Global Steel Company and Global Shipbuilding Company, and strive for preferential and supportive policies from the government. All enterprises in Brazil's tobacco factories, grain and oil, sugar, real estate, pharmaceuticals, pesticides, fertilizers and other industries, except for the media, will be placed under the management of Fang Yuan Group. As for why another Fang Yuan Group was arranged instead of direct investment in the name of Global Group, this was a decision made by Fang Lang, based on the historical situation in Brazil in the later period. Before 1964, the Brazilian government had been committed to developing its own national capital. Therefore, the support for domestic capital was very strong, and there was a certain degree of vigilance against foreign investment. From the end of World War II to 1964, due to the outbreak of the Cold War, Brazil was repeatedly impacted by two kinds of ideas: domestic political turmoil, economic stagnation, and severe inflation. In fact, it is not suitable for large-scale investment. This is also the reason why the Brazilian economy has been stagnant. After the Brazilian army began military dictatorship in 1964, the Brazilian military began to implement the ruling policy of soldiers managing politics and experts managing the economy. Under the management of economic experts, the country began to absorb foreign investment on a large scale. After transforming the original inward-looking economy into an outward-looking economy, Brazil's economy began to develop rapidly and stepped onto the stage of a world economic power. Of course, as a time traveler, Fang Lang believed that history would change to a certain extent with his intervention. However, at the same time, he deeply realized that the historical trend was irreversible. Therefore, he had to be cautious about every decision he made. This is also the reason why he finally decided to stay in the army and develop instead of retiring directly to become a capitalist. In fact, the influence of the army is too great to survive in Brazil. In a country where military coups often occur, a consortium without the ability to protect itself is just a giant baby holding a gold ingot and crossing the street, which can be robbed at any time. Of course, before 1964, the army had always achieved its goal of becoming a powerful country by supporting civilian politicians. However, when they found that no matter how the civilians changed, they were just arguing about changing the soup, but not the medicine, they completely lost their patience. Finally, under the instigation of the US CIA, they turned the table directly. He began to step to the fore and carried out a military dictatorship that lasted for 21 years. During this military dictatorship, foreign capital poured in. Fang Lang established joint ventures such as Fang Lang Group and Global Group, which can flexibly respond to different political environments in different periods. Simply put, when the government was developing national capital, the major shareholder of the joint venture was Fang Lang Group. When foreign capital dominated, Global Group was the major shareholder of the joint venture. However, no matter how it changes, it is Fang Lang's own company. Moreover, his military background is the best umbrella for the company. As long as he still has military power, no one dares to touch him. After explaining the company's affairs, Fang Lang finally had time to calm down and think about the tasks assigned by General Moraes. Fang Lang himself was very positive about joining the Pacific battlefield. However, General Chambers said that he would ask MacArthur for his opinion, and Fang Lang just listened to it as a polite remark. Chambers would never ask the Allied Commander-in-Chief of the Eastern Battlefield for the opinion of a Brazilian naval captain. Whether it will succeed or not depends on God's will. If General Moraes can really achieve this goal through the Brazilian government, Fang Lang will certainly be happy to see it happen. Thinking of this, Fang Lang no longer hesitated and contacted Reinhardt directly. Fang, have you returned to Italy? Reinhardt was obviously very happy to hear the news from Fang language. After all, now the two are not only comrades in arms, but also business partners. Yes, my friend, where have you been enjoying the fruits of victory recently? I heard that the girls in France are very enthusiastic. You can't enjoy it alone. Fang Lang, who was rarely relaxed, also joked with Reinhardt. Unexpectedly, Reinhardt began to complain. Hey, don't mention it, I was transferred away. Reinhardt's words made Fang Lang's heart move. It can't be such a coincidence. What do you mean? Being transferred at this time? Where are you going? Sure enough, Reinhardt's answer did not surprise Fang language. Now he didn't have to think about how to lead the topic. The Pacific Fleet. Now there are only the damned little Japanese left. After the battle, you can enjoy the fruits of victory with peace of mind. Fang Lang pretended to be puzzled and said, you are staying well in the Atlantic. Why do you want to go to the Pacific? Reinhardt's answer was very straightforward, without any of the so-called gentlemanly manners that like to beat around the bush. When they first met, the Americans disliked the Pacific Fleet's low combat effectiveness, inconsistent equipment, and heavy logistics supply pressure, and were not very willing to let us join the Pacific battlefield. Therefore, the Navy Department transferred all our American ships to the Pacific Fleet. Wouldn't this ensure the uniformity of equipment? There is no reason to refuse us from joining the Pacific battlefield. Fang Lang had already known Reinhardt's answer, so he was not surprised. Quietly directed the topic to himself and said, I really envy you. You have the opportunity to make merit and receive awards. I also want to participate in the Pacific battlefield. There is no chance. Fang Lang's words moved Reinhardt's heart. To be honest, after Reinhardt's last experience, he has begun to face up to his own abilities and is no longer blindly arrogant. At the same time, he was very impressed with Fang Lang's ability to command naval battles. Not everyone can achieve such a record in their first naval battle. He could not help but ask solemnly, are you serious? Reinhardt's tone made Fang Lang understand that he was serious. Fang Lang did not hide his thoughts. Of course I'm serious. How can I get promoted and make money without fighting? And, you know I'm Chinese. Of course I want to fight with the Japanese. Rien had believed that Fang Lang was telling the truth. However, he still reminded, Fang, you have to think carefully. The Japanese fighting style is completely different from that of the Germans. I heard that these people are crazy. There is a kamikaze special attack team, which is a psychopath who directly drives a plane into a warship. Fang Lang has certainly heard of this Japanese kamikaze special attack team. But the Japanese are not afraid of death, so does Fang himself fear death. Even if the Japanese didn't attack him, he wouldn't let the Japanese go, so he said without hesitation, so what? Our anti-aircraft firepower is not for show. Don't you think I can't deal with the little Japanese? Reinhardt could hear Fang Lang's confidence and desire to fight from his tone. Of course not. Your command ability is obvious to everyone. Do you really want to participate in the Pacific battlefield? Reinhardt's reconfirmation made Fang Lang understand that he was really concerned. He raised his difficulties at the right time. How can this be false? I have already asked for the battle, but the Americans don't agree. Since Fang Lang has already asked for the battle, he must be serious. Thinking of Fang Lang's amazing performance on the battlefield, Reinhardt directly invited, if you are willing to join the Pacific Fleet, I can help you speak. My father has a good relationship with Admiral Fraser of the Pacific Fleet. Chapter 87, Connecting. Fang Lang had anticipated what Reinhardt said. If he really cooperated with the British and wanted to join the Pacific battlefield, joining the Pacific Fleet would be the only way. However, if Fang Lang said some things, the taste would definitely be different. So, he said in a slightly questioning tone, I'm from the Brazilian Navy. How can I join your British Pacific Fleet? Reinhardt obviously knew the situation of the Pacific Fleet very well, and said without hesitation, the Pacific Fleet is originally a mixed fleet. The warships come from the British Empire, Australia, New Zealand, Canada and other countries, and many of them are even captured. There will be no problem for you to join. Fang Lang knew all these situations. If he could choose, Fang Lang would certainly hope to join the US fleet. At least there would not be as complicated a relationship as the Pacific Fleet. But who made the Americans refuse? Alas, it was really a cold shoulder. Brother, are you serious? I'm really moved by what you said. But this is not something I can decide on my own. It requires the approval of the government's top leaders. Hearing Fang Lang's slightly excited voice, Reinhardt knew that the rest of the matter would be left to him. So he laughed and said, haha. Fang, don't worry. The Pacific Fleet is currently lacking in strength. A destroyer with your record wants to join, and the Navy Department is eager to have it. At the same time, this is also good for me. To be honest, brother, the gift I gave you last time caused my father to be criticized by the Navy Department. If you can really join the Pacific Fleet and help the British Empire Navy fight, then the gift will be infinitely diluted. This is really good news. No, I have to inform my father of this good news immediately and let the government issue an invitation so that it will become legitimate. After saying that, he ended his communication without waiting for Fang Lang to answer. Fang Lang had never expected that things would progress to this point. If the British government really pushed Fang Lang's house to join the Pacific Fleet, wouldn't it be in line with General Moray's plan? It seems that my wish of climbing Mount Fuji on horseback is really going to come true. Since there is a chance to enter the Pacific battlefield, it is necessary to contact another friend of mine. This friend is of course John Clark, the son of General Clark, the commander of the 5th Aircraft Carrier Fleet of the United States. Because of the real friendship they established in the hospital, Fang Lang is much more casual when dealing with John. Hey, John, how have you been recently? Listening to Fang Lang's slightly teasing words, John was very happy to be able to communicate with his good friend during the war, and laughed. Haha. Fang, how did you have time to contact me? I heard about your outstanding performance in the Atlantic battlefield. I didn't expect you to be a naval genius. If you had known this, you shouldn't have been hanging around in the army. Fang Lang was not surprised that John knew about his performance in the Atlantic. After all, General Jackson and his father, General Clark, were good friends. As for his friend's contempt for his experience in the army, although that was not the experience of a reborn Fang Lang, he still refuted without hesitation. If I hadn't been in the army, would I have had the chance to meet you? If I didn't know you, you kid can still brag to me safely now. John, who was speechless after being countered by Fang Lang, quickly changed the subject. It seems to make sense. Well, you kid can always convince me easily. Our current battle is not over yet. I don't have time to brag with you here. Tell me, what do you want to talk to me about today? Do you need help with your family business again? Seeing John change the subject, Fang Lang pretended not to know and took the opportunity to tell the purpose of today. Fang Lang didn't want John to help him participate in the Pacific battlefield. The main purpose was actually to see if there would be a chance to meet in Asia at that time. Relationships need to be maintained and moved around. Communication is not as convenient as in the future. Not to mention John's background. He is indeed the first real friend of Fang Lang after he came to this world, so Fang Lang wants to maintain this relationship. Therefore, he wanted to inform John of the news that he had the opportunity to go to the Pacific Theater. You bastard, you're talking as if I must have something to do with you. This time I'm here to tell you good news. Unexpectedly, before Fang Lang could say the good news, John had already imagined it himself. He interrupted him and said, Fang, you're not going to tell me that you're going to marry Lilith. This is not good news, you bastard. We agreed to compete fairly at that time. Fang Lang was so angry with this bastard that he wanted to kick him twice. Okay, don't think about Lilith anymore. Didn't I tell you a long time ago? She's already your sister-in-law. You'd better give up as soon as possible. When John mentioned that Lilith became Fang Lang's girlfriend, he burst into tears and regretted not taking her down directly. Oh God, you damn bastard. You took advantage of me leaving Italy to attack my goddess. Just wait. Tell me. As long as it's not about you and Lilith, other news is good news to me. Fang Lang didn't mind John expressing his feelings for Lilith because he knew that John was not really obsessed with Lilith. Lilith was almost a ray of light for the two during their hospital stay. They were used to teasing Lilith when they were in the hospital, but they didn't expect that Fang Lang would actually succeed. Asshole, you actually dare to still be obsessed with my woman. Just wait, I will come to find you soon, and then I will definitely kick you into the Pacific Ocean to let you wake up. Fang Lang's words made John stunned. What was going on? It would be very dangerous for him to come to Asia to find him at this time. He quickly asked, what do you mean, you want to come to me? I'm at a war now. Why are you looking for me? You're not really going to Asia just to kick me out. There's no need. It won't be too late for us to get together again after the war is over. Fang Lang said unhappily. What good things are you thinking about? You're not a peerless beauty. Why would I run so far for you? Let me tell you. The Brazilian government is now in operation. Let me go to the Pacific battlefield. Then we can meet, right? Brazil was going to join the Pacific battlefield. This news made John stunned, and he asked, I haven't heard of your Brazilian participation in the Pacific battlefield. Fang Lang thought, something that has just started to operate. There must be no news so quickly. You definitely don't know now. We asked the United States to help you fight in the Pacific battlefield and asked you to support us in forming a small naval fleet, but you refused. Why did you come if you refused? Fang Lang had nothing to hide from John's question. After all, it was not a secret. Even if John reported it to his superiors, it would not affect the overall situation. You Americans don't need help, but the British do. Now I just have to wait for the upper level to reach an agreement, and I should join the British Pacific Fleet. When John heard about the Pacific Fleet, he looked disdainful and said directly, the shabby Pacific Fleet that Britain put together. You are not kidding. They are still having a headache because of the inconsistency of logistics materials. What benefits can you get from going there? Fang Lang knew exactly what John said. However, his personal goal was not to get any benefits, so he said indifferently, I don't care whether the benefits are good or not. As long as I can have the opportunity to ride on Mount Fuji, I'm willing to pay for it. Fuck, you forgot that you are Chinese. Are you really going to fire a few shots in Japan? Of course, firing a few shots is not enough. I want to kill them before they surrender. Hearing Fang Lang's murderous tone, John understood Fang Lang's determination. Since his good brother has an idea, he will support it with all his strength. So after thinking about it, he still said, let's do this. "Brother, if you really want to fight the Japanese, then I will go to my father and see if I can transfer you to his side. There are more opportunities here than with the British. What they want now is to take back their colonies. It depends on us to fight the Japanese with real swords and guns." Unexpectedly, he just wanted to talk to John about the upcoming meeting, but in the end John actually offered to help transfer Fang Lang to the US military. Fang Lang didn't want John to do something that might have a negative impact on him for his own ideas. So he hesitated and said, "But your Atlantic theater has already rejected it. That's why I said I would give it a try. I'll inform you if there is good news." As a result, John answered nonchalantly and ended the communication. Chapter 88 America's Attitude. However, after John Clark finished talking to Fang Lang, he went directly to his father, Rear Admiral Joseph Clark, commander of the 5th Aircraft Carrier Fleet of the United States, and told his father what Fang Lang said. After hearing what John said, General Clark fell into deep thought. After all officers become generals, they can no longer simply consider issues from a military perspective. They must have their own political vision, otherwise they will not go far. And General Clark was able to become a powerful general of the US Navy in an environment full of racial discrimination. He was definitely not an ordinary person. Therefore, he saw through the essence of this matter at a glance. Brazilian warships joined the British Pacific Fleet and participated in the Pacific War. This was not a simple matter of increasing the military strength of the British Navy's Pacific Fleet. Rather, Britain would take this opportunity to exert political influence in the back garden of the United States. Clark could almost foresee that the British would never miss such a good opportunity. Then, the Brazilian warships joining the British Pacific Fleet would have a very bad and unacceptable impact on the United States in Latin America. Compared with this political influence, the cost of providing a small fleet for the Brazilian Navy became insignificant. After seeing this clearly, Clark did not hesitate to call General Nimitz, the Commander-in-Chief of the Pacific Theater. Here I want to explain to everyone that General Nimitz is the Commander-in-Chief of the US Pacific Theater, while MacArthur is the Commander-in-Chief of the Allied Forces in the Pacific Theater. That is, General Nimitz is only responsible for managing the US military, while MacArthur is responsible for coordinating and managing all the Allied forces. Of course, Nimitz later served as the Commander-in-Chief of the Allied forces in the Pacific Theater. "General, I just received a message, and I think I should report it to you. I wonder if you are free." After getting a positive answer, General Clark put down the phone and went directly to Nimitz's office. "Do you mean that the British want the Brazilians to join their Pacific Fleet and participate in the Pacific battlefield?" General Nimitz's questioning voice came from his office. The voice was not loud and the tone was very calm. As a general who holds the power of life and death over hundreds of thousands or millions of people, this little thing can't cause him to fluctuate emotionally. "Yes, my son and that Brazilian naval officer are good friends. I don't know whether he leaked the news intentionally or unintentionally." General Clark reported the incident to General Nimitz in detail. "Is the news true? I have confirmed on the way here that Brazilian government diplomats are indeed communicating with the British government about this matter. The specific details are still under discussion." General Clark certainly would not report to his superiors without investigation. Before going to General Nimitz's office, he had arranged for personnel to conduct a detailed investigation, and the results were obviously true. After hearing General Clark's report, General Nimitz thought for a moment and continued calmly, "Is our government not involved? The two sides should have contacted privately and did not inform us. So, they only knew about this after I asked." General Nimitz, who had always been very calm, learned that the two allies were actually colluding behind the United States. His tone finally began to become unfriendly. "These British people have not yet given up the dignity of the so-called British Empire and are still reaching out to us in America. It's really abominable. What do these Brazilians want to do? Do they want to get a share of the so-called Navy in Asia? Aren't they overestimating their own capabilities?" Hearing General Nimitz's question, General Clark still told what he knew. "As far as I know, the purpose of the Brazilian Navy's application to us to join the Pacific battlefield was actually to build a modern naval fleet. As for the size of the fleet, it is unknown." General Nimitz smiled disdainfully and said, "Do they want to have an aircraft carrier fleet?" Can they afford it? It's not clear yet. Maybe our people need to intervene and communicate with them to know their ideas. In the question and answer between the two, Nimitz had a clear understanding of the whole incident. As a commander, he had to think about the problem at a more complicated level. Is it possible that after the British government received the news that we refused the Brazilian Navy to join the Pacific battlefield, it took the initiative to extend an olive branch to Brazil? In fact, General Clark had also considered this question. After all, considering the time when the Brazilian army joined the war and Brazil's views on the war, it is unlikely that they would take the initiative to join a battlefield that has nothing to do with them. This possibility cannot be ruled out. Since this has become an established fact, it is necessary to consider how to deal with it. General Nimitz looked at General Clark. He believed that, when he came to report this matter, he must have had his own complete ideas. So he asked directly, "What is your opinion?" Clark did not hesitate, and directly put forward his thoughts. "General, I think we cannot let the Brazilian Navy join the British Pacific Fleet. This will greatly damage our international prestige, especially our American strategy. We should come forward to dissuade the Brazilian Navy from this dangerous idea." Although Clark did not clearly say how to dissuade the Brazilians, his meaning was actually very obvious. "You mean we support them with a fleet? The war is about to end, and selling them a few extra warships is the lowest cost option. As long as they agree not to join the British Pacific Fleet." Clark was not surprised that General Nimitz saw through his plan at a glance. However, the specific support depends on General Nimitz's own considerations. In fact, Clark's idea is indeed the lowest cost solution. As long as the Brazilians get what they want, it will be difficult for the British to persuade them. However, if Brazil really gets what it wants, it will bring uncontrollable risks to the US strategy in the Americas. Therefore, General Nimitz said cautiously, "But having such a strong navy in South America will affect the regional balance. We must be cautious about this matter. Brazil and Argentina have always been the biggest competitors in South America, so General Clark has long considered the concerns raised by General Nimitz, that the regional balance will be broken. Maybe selling a few warships to Argentina can maintain this balance." Seeing that General Clark has already considered these issues, it is obvious that he has thought it through. General Nimitz no longer hesitated and let go directly, saying, "That makes sense, then do it according to your idea. As for how to solve the problem of the Brazilian government, it can be solved directly from the political level." However, this problem was revealed to John by Fang Lang, and Fang Lang is John's savior and good friend. Since Fang Lang himself is indeed willing to participate in the Pacific War, General Clark also wants to help him achieve his wish. So he said, "I heard from John that the Brazilian Navy who revealed the news to him is of Chinese descent, and he himself hopes that he can join the Pacific battlefield to fight against Japan. What if they really have a strong desire to fight?" General Clark's words made Nimitz put the coffee cup he had just picked up on the table again, looking at General Clark and said, "Oh. There is such a situation. Does he have a great influence in the Brazilian Navy?" General Clark must understand Fang Lang's situation. After all, he is his son's savior. He has also contributed to his transfer from the army to the navy. It should be said that he is a pro-American faction supported by our Brazilian Navy. He is only 20 years old. General Chambers arranged for him to attend our destroyer captain training course. After graduation, he sank 4 German submarines when he escorted the Atlantic transport fleet for the first time. Chambers said that he might be a naval genius, at least he is extremely talented in anti-submarine warfare. He is currently the only naval captain in the Brazilian Navy with a record of actual combat sinkings. He should be a person with a certain influence in the Brazilian Navy. General Clark's words aroused the interest of General Nimitz. Nimitz himself was only 22 years old when he first served as a destroyer commander, which was considered the youngest destroyer captain in the US military. Now he has met a guy who is even more powerful than him when he was young. He has obtained a record of actual combat sinkings when he was younger than himself. He couldn't help but look at him differently. There is such a situation. He is so young and has such a resume. Now that you mention it, I'm a little interested in this guy. Since we are all going to provide warships to the Brazilian Navy, we can incorporate this guy into your fleet and help us in the Pacific battlefield. Let's see if he is really that powerful. After getting Nimitz's permission, Clark accepted the order without any nonsense. Understood, General. I will communicate with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in a timely manner. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 89, Warm and Fragrance. Fang Lang, who was far away in Genoa, Italy, had no idea that he just wanted to share the joy of meeting with his good friend, but as a result, everything went back to the original point. While Brazil, Britain and the United States were communicating and discussing, what was our classmate Fang Lang doing? Of course, he was enjoying the blessing of having many people. On the third day after Fang Lang returned to Genoa, after Fang Lang handed over the prisoners, arranged the maintenance of the house and the new submarine, and arranged vacations for the crew, he received a message from the port sentry that someone was looking for him. When Fang Lang arrived outside the military port, he saw a black Fiat car parked on the side of the road. Just as Fang Lang was wondering who was looking for him, the car door opened, and two young and energetic girls jumped out. It was Lilith and Wei Weiyan, the two girls that Fang Lang had been thinking about. When Fang Lang was hesitating whether to go up and hug the girl first, the two girls had already rushed into Fang Lang's arms together, almost rushed Fang Lang to the ground. Feeling the soft bodies of the two girls, Fang Lang was so comfortable that he almost moaned. Two different fragrances came from his nose, and Fang Lang suddenly felt that there was no regret in his life. The scene in front of him caused the American soldiers in and out of the port to whistle constantly, but Fang Lang seemed to hear nothing. He just quietly felt the warmth and softness in his arms. When the three of them hugged each other in front of the military port, Mr. Coburn, who got off the driver's seat of the car parked on the side of the road, couldn't bear it anymore. He honked the car horn directly to wake Fang Lang from the gentle country. Looking at the father-in-law with an ugly face, Fang Lang smiled awkwardly but politely and nodded. Looking down at the two girls, who were still hugging him tightly and refused to let go, Fang Lang reached out and slapped their plump buttocks respectively. The two screamed and jumped out of Fang Lang's arms in a hurry. Looking at the girls with red faces and coquettish expressions, Fang Lang laughed and said, "Lilith, Vivian, I haven't seen you for a long time. I miss you so much." The two also smiled sweetly. "Fang, you are finally back. We miss you too." Just when the three were about to hug each other again, Mr. Coburn's angry voice came from the side. "Lilith, Vivian, get in the car." Fang Lang didn't mind when he heard the obviously dissatisfied voice of his father-in-law. He put his hands around the two slender waists and walked towards Coburn's car. When he came to Coburn, he called Uncle. He let the two girls into the back seat, reluctantly rejected the girls' invitation to sit in the back seat together, opened the passenger door, and sat in. Not sitting in the back was not because Fang Lang didn't want to, nor was it because there was not enough space in the back seat of the car. He was really worried that Mr. Coburn would not be able to help but beat him. He didn't think his self-control could make his hands obey his command. "It seems that it is very necessary for me to hire a special driver so that I can sit in the back seat and make out with the girls without any scruples." Fang Lang sat in the passenger seat and turned his head to look at the two girls he loved without saying a word, just admiring the two girls' beautiful faces and the graceful figures under their dresses. It's not that Fang Lang has nothing to say, but the man next to him is the father of the two girls, and some cheesy love words are obviously not suitable for him to learn. After watching for a long time, the two girls were already in a state of spring in his eyes and their faces became delicate and beautiful, and Mr. Coburn's helpless voice came to his ears. "You can drive and play by yourself. I'm going back to deal with work." After saying that, he threw down the car keys, picked up his hat, and turned away. It seems that he really couldn't stand the strong hormonal atmosphere between the few people. Hearing Mr. Coburn's words, the few people were stunned at first, and then the eyes of the three people began to shine. Fang Lang was not polite. He got out of the car and came to the driver's seat. He did not forget to say to Mr. Coburn, "Uncle, please be safe. Don't worry. I will take good care of them." Mr. Coburn did not even turn his head. He just waved his hand and left. Seeing that Mr. Coburn did not turn back, Fang Lang did not hesitate to turn into the driver's seat. When he turned around, he found that the two girls had already leaned over. Fang Lang hugged the two girls and kissed them. As for who to kiss first, he actually didn't know. He would kiss whoever was closer to him. They were all his women, and treating them differently was not conducive to unity. It was so dark that Fang Lang almost suffocated. After a long time, the three people who calmed down started the car and began to look for a restaurant where they could still eat. Lilith, don't you have to go to work? I resigned. The hospital is full of soldiers withdrawn from the battlefield. They are like hungry wolves and are too dangerous. So, my mother let me go home. Fang Lang could imagine the scene that Lilith described. He couldn't help but admire his mother-in-law's foresight. The American soldiers were not good men and women. That's good. My Lilith is so beautiful. It's a huge loss for me if someone looks at her for a second. My mother-in-law is so thoughtful. I have to thank her. Listening to Fang Lang's love words, Lilith said shyly, it's just too boring to stay at home. It's very chaotic outside now. I don't know when it will return to normal. He reached out and touched Lilith's delicate face and said, the war is over and life will get better soon. The next 2 years may still be difficult, but you don't have to worry. I'll take care of everything. My father-in-law and I will take good care of everyone. Vivian, what about you? Are you not going to class? Wei Ian on the side smiled and said, I asked for leave, but I will graduate soon. I want to continue to go to college. Okay. Hearing Wei Ian's words, Fang Lang smiled and said, of course, I will pay for all your tuition. I wonder if Vivian has decided which school to apply for. In fact, most girls abroad are relatively independent and don't spend men's money directly. However, Italy is a special case now. The economic conditions are very bad and the unemployment rate is frighteningly high. Moreover, the sisters now have a clear relationship with Fang Lang, and their parents are also supportive. Therefore, Fang Lang's offer to pay for the tuition will not make the two girls feel abrupt. Wei Ian was very happy to hear that Fang Lang supported her idea and was willing to support his studies. She said directly, I like beautiful clothes. I want to study fashion design at ESMOD, the Paris Haute Couture school in France. Is that okay? Wei Ian's words made Fang Lang stunned and said, is there already a fashion school at this time? It seems that comprehensive universities rarely offer this major, right? Is the school you are talking about good? This really can't be blamed on Fang Lang. After all, men don't know much about the major of clothing. Of course, with the reform and opening up of China, clothing manufacturing has become the industry with the lowest technical threshold among labor-intensive enterprises. Various small workshop-style clothing factories have sprung up everywhere, and many professional colleges and universities for clothing design have begun to appear in China. But Fang Lang in his previous life had transported a lot of clothes and studied navigation. He was completely in the dark about this industry. He was stunned when he suddenly heard about such a school in the 1940s. Hearing Fang Lang's words, Wei Ian pouted her lips and said dissatisfiedly, this is the world's first professional fashion design school. It was established in 1841 and is still the best fashion design school in the world. Looking at Wei Ian's pouting lips, Fang Lang's mouth felt a little dry. After swallowing a mouthful of saliva, he smiled and said, wow. Vivian is really amazing. She knows more than I do. I'm too ignorant. How about this? I fully support you. If you succeed in your studies, I will fund you to set up your own clothing brand in Paris, France. The little girl who was pouting her lips heard that Fang Lang was willing to fund her to set up his own clothing brand and immediately screamed in surprise, Fang, is that true? You are so nice, Mew. I love you so much. Fang Lang's face immediately had a fiery red lip print. Fang Lang smiled and said, of course it's true. How about naming this brand after you, Vivian? Ah. Sister, did you hear that? Vivian, I will have my own clothing brand soon. Lilith looked at her sister who was holding her and rocking her, and smiled helplessly. Okay, I heard it. Vivian's brand clothing. Then Lilith turned to Fang Lang and said, honey, is this really okay? After all, Vivian is still so young. It doesn't matter. I believe Vivian will succeed. I think Vivian's outfits are very beautiful. She must have a talent for this. Chapter 90 The Blessing of Qi. Fang Lang certainly didn't agree simply to support Vivian. In fact, when Vivian mentioned fashion design, Fang Lang immediately thought of how to resettle his compatriots in China. Think about which industry absorbed the most employment during the reform and opening up of China. It must be textiles and clothing. Brazil is a major cotton producer. How can such a natural advantage be missed? It seems that we have to start building textile factories in Brazil and introduce textile machinery and sewing machines and other clothing machinery. Fang Lang will also set up a clothing factory, but it will not be the focus. His idea is to set up a large clothing factory by himself and play a leading role as an example. Then, encourage immigrants to set up their own clothing factories, blossom in all aspects, and cultivate the Chinese middle class. Do some industries that require large capital investment, such as clothing machinery manufacturing and textile factories. In addition, Brazil has another advantage, that there are high quality pastures in the world on the Brazilian plateau, and the output of leather is amazing. Fang Lang, who came from later generations, remembers very clearly that the amount of leather or materials shipped from Brazil to China, Italy, France and other countries is an amazing amount. Since there are such good resources, of course we should make good use of them. Developing some enterprises such as shoes, hats, and bags can also absorb a large number of laborers. He is not worried about affecting the development of China in the future. When the reform and opening up begins, Fang Lang is ready to support the construction of his hometown on a large scale. He must be a good friend of the Chinese people. When Vivian heard Fang Lang's words, she did not forget to raise her eyebrows at her sister, and was very proud. Since Vivian can go to school, Lilith is actually still at the age of learning. Mainly because of the war, she did not go to school after graduation. Lilith, what about you? Do you want to go to school? I will send you to school while you are still young. But I haven't read a book for more than 3 years. Is it okay? Looking at Lilith's slightly hesitant expression, Fang Lang knew that Lilith also wanted to continue studying. Here we have to admire the high rate of education in Italy. Girls like Vivian and Lilith can learn to the equivalent of a high school diploma in China now. This is very remarkable in this era. Of course, this is partly because their father, Mr. Coburn, is a businessman and has good economic conditions. In fact, during World War II, Italy's education level was second only to the United States, Britain, and Germany, and ranked 4th in the world, surpassing Japan. It can also be seen from the fact that a small country like Italy has so many excellent universities. Although Fang Lang's original cultural level was not high, however, Fang Lang, who was reborn, has attended university. Therefore, he is very clear about the importance of education. He also plans to implement compulsory education for the school-aged children of Chinese immigrants in Brazil and increase the cultural level of Chinese in Brazil. Only in this way can more Chinese be pushed to more important positions in Brazil. Then, as long as the traditional culture of their ancestors is instilled in all Chinese during the basic education period, so that everyone knows where their roots are, he believes that there should not be too many banana people. What does it matter? Aren't you at home now? You can study with Vivian. The key is whether you have a professional direction you want to study. Am I really okay? Lilith said with a slightly unconfident tone. Before Fang Lang could speak, Vivian had already spoken. Hey, Lilith, your grades were better than mine when you were in school. No problem, let's study together. Fang Lang stretched out his right hand from the front and held Lilith's hand and said, "Dear, I believe you can do it. You just need to choose the right direction to work hard and move forward bravely. I will be your strongest backing and provide you with all support." Feeling the warmth and strength from Fang Lang's hand, Lilith knew that Fang Lang was conveying confidence to him. After thinking for a while, Lilith gritted her teeth and said, "Okay, then when I go back, I will study with Vivian. I want to be a doctor. During the war, when I was a nurse in the Navy hospital, I wanted to be a doctor. However, there are very few female doctors now, and I don't know if I have a chance. This is a problem. Women nowadays are indeed discriminated against in many cases, although the world launched the first feminist movement at the end of the 19th century. but the focus of the debate is to demand gender equality throughout the life course, including between men and women. The most important goal is to strive for the equivalence of family labor and social labor, and the equal value of political rights. It has not changed the basic view of women in society, that they are subordinate to men. Therefore, the status of women in this period is actually not high, including, in terms of marriage, monogamy was the mainstream in ancient Europe, but polygamy still existed widely. According to the Book of Kings, Solomon had 700 wives and 300 concubines, which means he had many wives and concubines. For example, King Louis XIV of France had 17 children, who were born to his queen and mistresses. Therefore, mistresses actually existed in a very widespread form in Europe during this period. This is also the reason why Mrs. Cockburn introduced the sisters together, in order to tie Fang Lang down. Some people may say that this backward polygamy no longer exists in modern society. Then you are wrong. Take the United States, which is recognized as the most advanced country. The law explicitly prohibits polygamy, but the phenomenon of polygamy still exists in Mormon culture. Mormonism is the 5th largest religion in the United States. In the 9 western states of the United States, the so-called Mormon cultural area has been formed. Mormons firmly believe that God encourages upright men who abide by the Holy Mormon Covenant to marry more than one wife and regard polygamy as a principle, marriage in heaven or a new permanent covenant. In 1953, Arizona law enforcement authorities raided communities that practiced polygamy, but were accused of violating citizens' religious beliefs and freedoms, and were widely reported by the media. Since then, law enforcement authorities have not dared to act rashly. In fact, it is also in reality that the spread of polygamy has been condoned. Until now, Americans still believe that polygamy is immoral, but some people believe that if adults voluntarily live in a polygamous environment and do not harm others, the government has no reason to regard such behavior as illegal. After World War II, due to the large number of deaths of adult men in Europe and the United States, mistresses were a very common situation for a long time. This is a long way off. Let's get back to the topic. In fact, occupational discrimination against women during World War II was still very serious. It was not until the 1960s and 1970s, after the second wave of feminism, that some professional fields began to be open to women. It was not until the third feminist movement in the 1990s that women began to be completely liberated. At this time, women mostly exist as nurses, and there are only a handful of female doctors, so Lilith's worries are real. Since his lover wants to become a doctor, Fang Lang will of course spare no effort to provide support. Don't worry, Lilith, let's first see if there is any medical school that recruits female students. If so, we will apply for this school. If not, I will donate money to Harvard Medical School in the United States for you, and I will spend everything I can to make them accept you. If you can't find a suitable hospital to accept you after graduation, I will build a hospital specifically for you, let you be the dean, and you can treat whoever you want. Don't worry, nothing can be an obstacle for you. Listening to Fang Lang's bold words, Lilith was moved beyond words. Her eyes began to turn red, and she reached out from the back row and hugged Fang Lang tightly. Fang Lang's face was covered with bright red lipstick marks. Dear, I love you. I want to give you my body and soul. Hearing Lilith's emotional words, Fang Lang trembled all over and was very excited. Does this mean that he can just push her down tonight? What are you waiting for? Fang Lang is not a polite person. At this time, Vivian next to him also said delicately, me too, dear, I want to be with you tonight. How can this be done? Push down two girls at the same time. Wouldn't it be too beastly? But, if I don't push them down, wouldn't I be worse than a beast? How could I, Fang Beast Lang, do something worse than a beast? Looking at the two girls behind him with shining eyes, Fang Lang said nothing, but just started to laugh without listening. Soon, the two girls blushed in Fang Lang's fiery eyes and his cheap laughter. However, although the two girls' cheeks were flushed by Fang Lang's gaze, their eyes did not retreat, but looked at Fang Lang with affection. This situation is unbearable for a man. Fortunately, Fang Lang's body is that of a young man, but his heart is already very mature, so he didn't rush to take the two to the hotel. Instead, He took the two to enjoy a good meal in a high-end restaurant. Then, he wanted to take the two to go shopping. As a result, there was nothing worth visiting. I don't know if they didn't find the right place, or because of the war, all the supplies were tilted towards the war, and there were not many places for shopping. After a few people could only visit the St. Lorenzo Bishop Church, Fang Lang took the two girls to stay in a high-end seaside resort hotel. I know that everyone doesn't like to read the content in the high-end hotel suite, so I won't describe it too much here. Thanks to the book Friends Wongu Yun, 12,345 ZXGC, Kiki Big Brother, Book Friends 202005101008324333, Kidian Reading IOS digging treasures and fighting zombies. And the Novel Lovers Alliance for their awards, and the monthly tickets and recommendation tickets of all the book friends. Your support is my motivation to continue writing. Thank you all. Chapter 91. The holiday is over. On the first day of June, the afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled on the sparkling sea, and the golden halo made the air in Genoa full of happiness. Fang Lang was taking his sisters to his newly bought sea view villa to let the ladies experience the delicious Chinese food. A phone call came in. Fang, the order from the Expeditionary Force headquarters has come down. Go to the naval headquarters to receive the order at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Colonel Perez's slightly excited voice came out. Colonel Perez, what specific order do you mean? It has been 2 weeks since the last time I discussed going to the Pacific battlefield in General Moray's office. During this period, Fang Lang also wanted to ask Colonel Perez about the progress of the matter. However, the answer I got was that they were still communicating and needed to wait patiently. Fang Lang thought it was all over, but he didn't expect that when he was immersed in the gentle land, he suddenly received a notice, and he didn't know what the specific result was. I don't know the details yet. I only know that the Chief of the Navy General Staff, Major General Frederick Crook, will come to you personally to convey the new order. You must be at the Expeditionary Navy headquarters at 9 AM tomorrow. Although Colonel Perez did not know the details of the matter, the fact that it was the Chief of the Navy General Staff, Major General Crook, who came from Brazil to read out the order personally, showed the importance of the order. Looking at the two girls sitting next to him, Fang Lang smiled and said, "Okay, I hope there will be good news. I thought the matter was already over. Tomorrow morning, I will report on time." Colonel Perez also smiled when he heard Fang Lang's words and said, "This kind of major event between countries cannot be decided directly with just a few words. It must require repeated communication and consideration of the interests of all parties before a consensus can be reached. 2 weeks is already very fast. Remember to be more energetic tomorrow. Major General Crook is an officer who pays great attention to military appearance and discipline. Don't be too casual tomorrow. That's it. See you tomorrow." After ending the call with Colonel Perez, Fang Lang reached out and patted the sofa beside him. Sister Lilith sat down on both sides naturally and leaned on Fang language. "Dear, are you leaving again?" Before Fang Lang could speak, Lilith took Fang Lang's left arm and asked. Feeling the softness on his arm, Fang Lang's heart was full of tenderness, and he said with a little reluctance, "Yes, it should be a new order. This time I may have to leave for about 3 months. You must study hard." "Ah, so long? I don't want you to leave, okay?" Without waiting for Fang Lang to speak, Vivian's right arm was also tightly hugged, and she said in a delicate voice. Looking at the reluctant expressions of the two girls, Fang Lang gently stroked their backs and smiled. "Don't worry. 3 months will pass quickly. You must study hard and strive to pass the exam directly this time. I will go directly to you after my mission is over. If we really pass the exam, won't it be more difficult to see you?" Vivian's face was full of displeasure. After all, she was still a young girl. She had just lived with Fang Lang as a conjoined twin for 2 weeks. Suddenly, they had to separate. It was definitely reluctant. Lilith was older and more mature in thinking. She could also deal with the short separation between lovers more rationally. "Okay, Vivian. Fang is a soldier, and it's still a war. We shouldn't be an obstacle to him. Fang will definitely not want to leave us. We just need to pray for Fang every day and hope that he can come back safely. Don't ask for too much else." After hearing Lilith's words, Fang Lang kissed them on the forehead with some heartache before saying, "If love lasts for a long time, why should we be together day and night? This is a poem from my hometown. I give it to you. Don't worry. The war will be over soon, and there will be no more danger. I will visit you when you are studying. When you graduate, I will take you together, build a big house, and live a shameless life together every day. Each of you will give me 2 little babies, and we will sit in the afterglow of the sunset, like we are now, watching the children running on the beach." Okay. Fang Lang's words made the two fall into deep yearning, as if their children were really running and playing on the beach not far away. Yearning could not help but appear on their faces. When Fang Lang finished tidying up and was ready to go out, the 2 women were still lying naked on the bed sleeping soundly. Fang Lang kissed the 2 on the forehead and quietly left the room. He drove to the Expeditionary Naval Headquarters by himself, facing the rising sun all the way, and the breeze blowing from the seashore was full of fresh flower fragrance. Looking at the rising sun not far away, Fang Lang had a hunch that there should be good news today. He couldn't help but look forward to today's orders. Fang Lang came to the headquarters and nodded to the officers he knew and didn't know along the way. During this period, Fang Lang still often came to the naval headquarters when he was working. After all, this was now their own base. All naval officers knew that, although this young Asian man was still a major, it would not be long before he was promoted. After all, this young man was the only captain in the Brazilian Navy who had a record of sinking in actual combat, and his destroyer was the most advanced warship in Brazil. The future of such a young man must be limitless. Even many young naval officers and soldiers hoped to be transferred to serve under him, not because he was handsome. Rather, it was because he could lead everyone to victory. The army is a place that values strength. Whoever can lead them to victory will gain their loyalty. The Brazilian Naval Headquarters in Genoa is a 2-story fortress-like building that should have a history of hundreds of years. Paris's office is at the innermost of the 2nd floor on the east side. The space is large, and there are not many people in the entire naval headquarters. After all, the number of Brazilian Expeditionary Navy is only a few. However, as an occupying force, they have the right to requisition an address in Italy that they think is suitable as an office. The door of Paris's office was not closed. Fang Lang knocked a few times and walked in directly. The relationship between Fang Lang and Paris no longer needs to pay attention to some etiquette. Both parties are very casual. Seeing Paris looking at a document, Fang Lang didn't say much and went directly to the reception area in front to make coffee. "Don't just think about yourself, kid. Make me a cup too. It's still early now. We don't have to rush." Paris said casually. "Well, where's your orderly? Ask him to get me some bread from the restaurant. I haven't had breakfast yet. I'm a little hungry." Before Paris could speak, the orderly who had just walked into the office with a kettle said, "Sir, please wait a moment. I'll get it for you right away." The orderly also knew that Fang Lang and Paris had a very close relationship. So, he answered without hesitation. Fang Lang smiled and nodded to him and said, "Thank you for your hard work. See if there are any eggs, and get me 2. "Thank you." The orderly nodded with a smile on his face and said, "Okay, sir, I'll be right there." Looking at the orderly who was leaving, Colonel Paris smiled and said, "Why, you also like my orderly?" Fang Lang handed Colonel Paris a cup of coffee and said with a smile, "No, I just envy you for having both an adjutant and an orderly. You don't have to do anything yourself. How comfortable." Paris also put down the documents in his hand, stood up and took a sip of coffee, and walked to Fang Lang and sat down. "Don't worry. You will have these soon. Your colonel rank will not be stuck, and there will definitely be a clear result this time." Fang Lang stirred the coffee cup with a spoon, smelled the aroma of pure coffee, and casually said, "Oh, have you received clear news? I can't hear the news from the upper level now, but there are some news coming from below. But I can't be sure of the accuracy, so I'd better not say anything. Once the order is read out, it will be clear." After speaking, he blew the hot steam on the coffee and took a sip. "Okay, I'm not in a hurry for a while. I heard from my brother that your family has made a big move in Rio Grande do Sul. They opened 3 factories directly, and my brother was praised for this." Colonel Parisi was talking about the penicillin production equipment and pesticide and fertilizer manufacturing equipment purchased by Fang Lang from the United States. After Fang Xinshu communicated with the Allegri city government, it has officially settled in Allegri. In addition, small-scale trial production can be carried out at the end of July. Hey, just a little business. Why are you interested? In fact, Colonel Perez's retirement was also forced, not his own intention. Since he was on the wrong side, there was nothing to complain about. He was thankful to be able to withdraw safely. Although he was reluctant, he was powerless to change it. Fortunately, he met a dark horse like Fang Lang, who was able to take over some of the low-ranking officers who followed him, so that they would not have to leave in disgrace. Listening to Fang Lang's inquiry, he smiled and shook his head and said, "I don't have such a big capital. I have already bought a farm and plan to go back to be a leisurely farmer." Chapter 92 New Position, New Mission. Colonel Perez's ability is definitely not a problem, as can be seen from the ideas he gave Fang language. Although the Brazilian Expeditionary Navy is small in size and has little combat power, however, those who can be selected to be responsible for the management of the Expeditionary Navy must not be ordinary people. Therefore, Fang Lang really feels a little sorry for his retirement. After thinking about it, he said, "You are in your prime. It is not okay to start enjoying retirement life so early. You are from the Navy. How about we invest together in Allegri to open a fishing company, buy 100 fishing boats, go out to sea to fish, and catch lobsters. By the way, you can continue to be your own Navy commander. How about it?" This is really what Fang Lang just thought of, a job suitable for Parisi. After all, Brazil has a long coastline and is close to the vast Atlantic Ocean. It would be unreasonable not to reach out to the ocean. Hey, this proposal is fine. I have no problem with management. However, so many fishing boats can replenish a lot of seafood, and we Brazilians don't have a high demand for seafood. This is really not Paris's excuse. Brazil's coastline stretches for more than 7,000 kilometers, ranking 16th in the world, and its freshwater resources account for 20% of the world's total. Fishery resources are very rich, with more than 2,500 species of fish resources. However, Brazilians who advocate freedom and are good at enjoying life have special requirements for food. They like to eat a lot of meat. It is more appropriate to describe Brazilians as meatless. Under the influence of long-term immigration culture, Brazil has formed a unique eating habit. In Brazil's dietary tradition, black bean rice, cassava bread, and Brazilian barbecue are the protagonists. Except for some seafood eaten in coastal areas, seafood is basically difficult to see in inland areas. This is somewhat similar to the situation in China. But Fang Lang has never thought about how much seafood to sell in Brazil. The real seafood consumption countries have always been European and American countries. What does it matter? We can make frozen or canned food and sell it to the European and American markets. This is a good business to make US dollars. Don't worry about the sales. I'll take care of it. What do you think? Are you interested in trying it? Colonel Parisi was really tempted by Fang Lang's proposal. He was an old Navy man who had been floating in the sea all his life. It would be difficult for him to adapt to being a farmer back home. Just as the two were about to continue chatting, Paris's adjutant came in to report, "Sir, Rear Admiral Crook of the Navy is about to arrive." "Oh, Fang, let's go down to greet him together." Colonel Parisi stood up. Fang Lang also stood up right after him, tidied up the wrinkles on his military uniform, and strode to the door to greet him. Not long after the two arrived at the door, they saw 3 black Buick sedans drove outside. A major officer got off the co-pilot seat of the middle vehicle, nodded to the two, and opened the back door. Colonel Parisi and Fang Lang stood at attention and saluted. A white major general in his 50s with grey hair got out of the car. Although he was white, his skin looked a bit tanned. His gold-rimmed glasses made him look a bit gentle, but his straight back made it easy to tell that he had a military background. Colonel Parisi spoke first. "General Crook, good morning. You've worked hard on the journey." Major General Crook stretched out his right hand and shook hands with Parisi, nodded and said, "Colonel Parisi, good morning. This must be Major Fang Lang." Then he looked at Fang Lang standing aside. Fang Lang also stood at attention and said loudly, "Report to the general. I'm Fang Lang, the captain of the Expeditionary Navy House." Welcome to you." After hearing Fang Lang's words, General Crook laughed and said, "Fang, you are really young. Let's go in and talk." He stretched out his hand and shook Fang Lang's hand. He pulled Fang Lang and started walking towards the office building. Fang Lang hurriedly followed, and after General Crook let go, he followed one step behind and walked towards the office building. Colonel Percy walked in front and led the way and soon brought everyone to a meeting room that had been set up. There were already more than 20 officers sitting in the meeting room, except for 5 officers who were colonel level officers. Most of them were lieutenants. This should be all the officers of the entire Brazilian Expeditionary Navy. With the command to stand up, everyone stood up straight. General Crook came to the main seat, looked at the people in the meeting room, pressed his hand down, and motioned everyone to sit down. Everyone sat down with a swish. "Everyone, I came here today to announce 3 things to everyone. First of all, we want to congratulate our Brazilian Expeditionary Navy Lieutenant Fang Lang for being promoted to the rank of Colonel by the Brazilian Navy Department. Let us all applaud and congratulate." Everyone immediately looked at Fang Lang with burning eyes, with shock, admiration, envy, and jealousy in their eyes. Although Fang Lang had expected this, when this moment really came, Fang Lang still felt excited. He stood up and saluted everyone. The major officer who came with General Crook came to Fang Lang with a gift box in his hand and stood beside him. Major General Crook also came over, took the colonel rank on the gift box, and pinned it on Fang Lang's collar. "Colonel Fang, thank you for your outstanding performance in the European War and your achievements. The world has noticed it, and all Brazilian soldiers are proud of you. I hope you can continue to work hard and achieve more success." After speaking, he saluted Fang Language. Fang Lang also hurriedly returned the salute and said, "Thank you for your trust in the country. I will definitely live up to my mission and create more glory." After the ceremony, Crook smiled and shook hands with Fang Lang again and gently patted Fang Lang's arm with his left hand. He looked like a young man. "I'm optimistic about you." It made others envious. After the conferment of titles, General Crook returned to the main seat and took out another document and said, "Then we will announce the second thing. Everyone stand up." With a swish, all the officers in the conference room stood up and looked at General Crook with a serious face. General Crook looked around and read aloud, "Order. From now on, Colonel Fang Lang is appointed as the Commander-in-Chief of the First Fleet of the Brazilian Navy, responsible for the establishment and management of the overall work of the First Fleet. This order is from the Ministry of National Defense and the Ministry of Navy of the Federal Republic of Brazil, June 1st, 1945. After reading it, General Crook turned the letter of appointment over and made it public to everyone. Then he handed it to Fang Lang, who had already started fighting. General Moraes had already revealed this appointment to Fang Lang in advance, including Colonel Percy. However, the other officers at the scene were not clear, and they could not help but cast their eyes on Fang Language. After all, no one knew how big the First Fleet of the Brazilian Navy was, and what its scale was. And Fang Lang himself was not clear now, so he certainly could not answer for everyone. After receiving the letter of appointment, Fang Lang did not say much, but saluted and said loudly, "Yes, General." Then, without waiting for Fang Lang to sit down, General Crook took out another order and read it loudly. "Order, Commander of the First Fleet, Fang Lang, to lead all the warships of the First Fleet to Saipan before July 1st, join the 5th Aircraft Carrier Battle Group of the United States, and participate in the Pacific War. This order, the Navy Department of the Federative Republic of Brazil, June 1st, 1945. After showing the order to everyone again, he handed it to Fang Lang, who was still standing there with both hands. This order was completely beyond Fang Lang's expectations. Didn't it say to join the British Pacific Fleet? How come it has now become a battle sequence to join the US Navy? It seems that a lot of twists and turns have happened in the past 2 weeks. However, this is none of Fang Lang's business, as long as he is sure that he can participate in the Pacific War. In his heart, he couldn't help but shout loudly, "Damn little devil, your grandfather Fang is here. I'm going to trample Mount Fuji on horseback." He certainly couldn't show it on his face, and suppressed his inner excitement. After a standard military salute, he said loudly in a calm tone, "Yes, General." Fang Lang had no idea what General Crook said next because his mind was filled with the excitement of being able to ride on Mount Fuji. When the meeting was over, everyone came up to shake hands with him and say goodbye. He was in a daze the whole time. After everyone left, he was ready to leave with them. Just as he walked to the door, he was grabbed by Colonel Percy, and then he reacted. Chapter 93 Preparation. Arriving at Colonel Percy's office, General Crook was already sitting on the sofa in the reception area waiting. Seeing Fang Lang and Colonel Percy come in, he pointed to the sofa next to him and said, "Come and sit down." Fang Lang glanced at Colonel Percy and sat down together. "Why, I think you seem to have some questions." General Crook smiled and lit a cigar. "Report to the general. I will resolutely execute the order." Fang Lang didn't know much about the rear admiral in front of him, and he certainly didn't dare to tell the truth. He could only obey the order and follow the command. Hearing Fang Lang's words, General Crook didn't care. He smiled and handed the cigar box to the two of them, indicating that they should take one. Fang Lang was about to say that he didn't smoke cigars and was about to refuse. He was kicked on the foot. He knew it was Colonel Percy's action and was stunned. Colonel Percy reached out and took out a cigar from the cigar box with a smile on his face. Just when Fang Lang thought it was an illusion and was about to reach out again to refuse, his foot was kicked again. Now Fang Lang understood what Colonel Percy meant. Colonel Percy knew that Fang Lang did not smoke, but he still kicked Fang Lang twice. Fang Lang quickly reached out and took out a cigar from the cigar box with a smile on his face. Although Fang Lang did not understand why Colonel Percy asked him to take the cigar, Fang Lang knew that Colonel Percy should have no ill intentions. Seeing that both of them had received cigars, General Crook casually put down the cigar box and said, "Fang, don't be nervous. We are all family. I understand that it was you two who proposed to General Maurice to go to the Pacific battlefield this time. I agree with your ideas. The Brazilian Navy needs a modern naval fleet. Now is indeed a rare opportunity. I must admire your intelligence. I don't know what relationship Fang has with the 5th Aircraft Carrier Battle Group of the US Navy that can make them suddenly take the initiative to invite you to join their fleet to fight together. However, what I want to tell you is that our Brazilian Navy Department has senior efforts in building a modern naval fleet for the Brazilian Navy, and our Brazilian Navy will never forget your contribution." Fang Lang was a little confused by what he said, and he didn't know whether what General Crook said was true or ironic. Think about the naval officers of his own country getting too close to the naval officers of other countries. According to Fang Lang's thinking, this is a wrong political tendency that should not appear. So Fang Lang didn't know how to answer General Crook's words and could only defend himself. "General, I really hope that our Brazilian Navy can have a modern naval fleet to maintain the security of our own sea borders. I did contact some of my friends in the British and American armies in private, hoping that they can give some help. But please rest assured that I'm Brazilian, and everything I do is for the rise of the Brazilian Navy." General Crook laughed and said, "Fang, don't be nervous. We don't mean to blame you. Britain and the United States are our allies, and it is very necessary to maintain long-term, smooth, and effective communication with the armies of advanced countries. For your active and effective communication with the navies of both countries this time, our Brazilian Navy Department is very appreciative. It is because of your communication that the United States agreed to sell us a Cleveland-class cruiser, 2 Fletcher-class destroyers, and a Shark-class submarine at a low price after the war. It even said that it would give us 2 LSG tank landing craft. After the communication between the Expeditionary Force Command and the Brazilian Navy and Defense Department, it was finally decided that all these new warships would be assigned to your Navy's first fleet. We hope that during your visit to the 5th Aircraft Carrier Battle Group of the United States, you will be able to seriously learn the combat experience of the Aircraft Carrier Battle Group and lay a solid foundation for our Brazil to have its own aircraft carrier battle group in the future." General Crook's statement is equivalent to directly indicating that the Brazilian Navy will focus on training Fang Lang and make him the commander of the 1st Aircraft Carrier Formation of the Brazilian Navy in the future. Before Fang Lang expressed his excitement, Colonel Percy slapped his thigh and said, "Fang, you are really great. In this way, our Brazilian Navy will soon have its own aircraft carrier battle group. I didn't expect that our Brazilian Navy would have such a powerful day. You actually have a relationship with the US Aircraft Carrier Battle Group. You must make good use of it. Learn more combat experience of the Aircraft Carrier Battle Group and come back. When we really have our own Aircraft Carrier Battle Group one day, you must invite me to board the aircraft carrier for a visit. As a naval general, no one can resist the temptation of an aircraft carrier. Although there were a lot of battleship fans in the Brazilian Navy before the war. However, as the war continued, battleships have been gradually marginalized. The Brazilian Navy has no experience with submarines, let alone aircraft carriers, so Fang Lang's participation in the Battle of the US Aircraft Carrier Battle Group was seen by the knowledgeable people in the Brazilian Navy as a rare opportunity for actual combat learning. Unfortunately, the Americans did not invite everyone to study together, but only invited Fang language. So, in this matter, Fang Lang naturally became the only candidate for the commander of the aircraft carrier fleet. Since Fang Lang is the only candidate, the escort fleets needed to support the aircraft carrier must of course be handed over to Fang Lang for command. This made the voices in the Brazilian Navy who wanted to divide up these new warships directly ignored. Seeing that the two did not seem to care much about their specific relationship in the US Navy, Fang Lang did not explain too much. What he cares most about now is the specific composition of his fleet. General, please rest assured, I will make good use of this rare opportunity to learn from practical experience and study the command experience of advanced aircraft carrier fleets. Just now you said that the Americans will sell us warships at a low price after the war, right? After seeing General Crook exhale a puff of smoke, he nodded while motioning for the two to light their cigarettes. Fang Lang continued, then I can just take the house and the captured submarine with me when I go to the Pacific battlefield this time, right? General Crook nodded and said, yes, it's up to you whether you need to take the submarine with you. However, our crew is still in the exploratory stage of submarine operation, and I hope you can give them some time to learn. In addition, our Brazilian Navy Department's future plan for your first fleet is to hope that it can become an independent combat unit with joint sea, land and airstrike capabilities. Although we don't have an aircraft carrier yet, we will draw 10 fighters and pilots from the Expeditionary Force Air Force and assign them to your command. In the early stage, they will use seaplanes to train in natal and listen to your command at any time. After coordination with General Moraes of the Expeditionary Force, the Army will equip you with a land combat force of 400 to 500 people. We allow you to form the specific personnel and commanders yourself. I hope you can seize the time and set up the framework of the first fleet as soon as possible, and form a complete report and submit it to our Navy Department. As for going to the Pacific battlefield, you have to hurry up. Considering the Okinawa battle that the United States is currently launching, it is said that the US Marine Corps has suffered nearly 20,000 casualties, and the Japanese army is still resisting stubbornly. General Moraes suggested that you lead your Marine Corps to Japan. Although the troops are not many, it can also let our allies see how much support we have for them. Fang Lang did not expect the Brazilian Navy to be so anxious. Now there is not even a shadow of an aircraft carrier, and they have begun to equip themselves with fighter jets and marines. The first aircraft carrier in history of Brazil was the giant aircraft carrier Revenge, purchased from the British in 1956. This aircraft carrier has just been completed in the British shipyard at this time, and has not yet entered the British fleet. If you look at it from this time, Brazil really dreams of aircraft carriers, and even a little impatient. There is no such little butterfly in history. Now it seems that Brazil may really have an aircraft carrier of its own in advance. As for the Okinawa battle that the Americans are organizing now, Fang Lang knows that it should be difficult for him to catch up. After all, the battle will be completely over at the end of June. By the time he set out to Saipan, the battle must have been over. After the Battle of Okinawa, Fang Lang knew very well that there would be no large-scale war. This war basically destroyed Japan's last naval power. Of course, this does not mean that all the Japanese Navy's warships were sunk, but it consumed Japan's last fuel reserves. In order to deal with the Battle of Okinawa launched by the US military, the Japanese combined fleet took great pains to collect 2,500 tons of fuel, which was less than half of the 6,400 tons of fuel tank capacity of the Yamato, barely enough to guarantee the one-way fuel consumption to Okinawa. After this battle, the US warship anchorage moved directly to Okinawa, and most of the time it launched bombings on the Japanese mainland through aircraft. Admiral William Leahy, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff of the United States, pointed out to the current US President Truman that the next direction of attack would be Kyushu Island, Japan. Compared with the level of resistance of the Japanese on Okinawa Island, if the Kyushu Island campaign was launched, the United States would need to deploy about 767,000 Marines and be prepared for 268,000 casualties, which is about the same number as the number of US troops killed in various battlefields around the world so far. Therefore, the US government was very reluctant to launch a landing operation easily, and US President Truman also made it clear that I hope it is possible to prevent the recurrence of Okinawa-style battles throughout Japan. According to the plan formulated by the US Joint Chiefs of Staff in Washington, it was required to attack Kyushu Island in the fall of 1945 and the main island of Japan, Honshu Island, in March 1946. President Truman also agreed to this plan. If Little Boy and Fat Man had not been dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, they would have directly penetrated the psychological defense line of the Japanese devils. This plan for the homeland attack would definitely be implemented. If this plan is really to be implemented, it would definitely not be enough for Brazil to invest only a battalion of Marines. Fortunately, this plan will not be implemented. Chapter 94 Preparation for Departure. Fang Lang now has a battalion of Marines. When it comes time to land in Japan, Fang Lang will have a lot of room to maneuver. General, judging from the current situation, the Japanese Navy does not have much remaining strength. My opinion is to let the submarines join in and attack the Japanese transport ships to exercise practical combat experience. If I take the Marines with me, I will need 2 supply ships to accompany me. I wonder if they can be provided. Hearing Fang Lang's words, General Crook did not hesitate and nodded directly. Of course, no problem. So you mean to take the House in Hope submarines, the name given by the Navy Department to the first submarine captured, and a supply ship, right? Yes, General. According to the US military's requirements, if we rush to Saipan on July 1st, our preparation time will be less than 5 days. I hope to arrange for my Marine Corps Commander DeWitt to go to the Expeditionary Force to select Marines immediately and start preparing supplies. Strive to set off in the early morning of June 5th. Do you have any other instructions? Crook was obviously very satisfied with Fang Lang's vigorous and resolute style. He smiled and nodded, stood up and said, "It seems that your time is really tight, so I won't waste your time this time. You should hurry up and prepare. I'm waiting for the good news of your triumphant return. We can have a good chat after you return to Brazil. That's all for today. I still have to go to the Expeditionary Force headquarters, so I'll leave first. Please teach the Japanese a lesson for me." Seeing that General Crook was about to leave, Fang Lang and Colonel Percy also hurriedly stood up to see him off, and naturally they were very polite. After the two of them watched General Crook's convoy leave the Navy headquarters downstairs, Colonel Percy patted Fang Lang's arm with excitement and said, "Fang, you are really amazing. The future of the Brazilian Navy will depend on you, the commander of the aircraft carrier battle group." Fang Lang was of course very excited, but still said with a little reserve, "The framework hasn't been set up yet. It can only be officially established after all the warships are in hand." Haha. You don't look like a young man at all. If I could get such a position when I was your age, I would have jumped up a long time ago. But this also shows that you are indeed better than all of us. You can't be too willful when forming such a large fleet this time. Some positions will definitely be filled with people. You have to be mentally prepared. From the fact that Colonel Percy could say this to Fang Lang so bluntly, Fang Lang also knew that Colonel Percy was really sincere to him, and as an old sailor, he must have a certain understanding of each member of the Navy. So Fang Lang thought about it and said to Colonel Percy, "What positions do you think I can take?" Fang Lang's words also made Colonel Percy fall into deep thought, and he spoke for a long time. "First of all, the captain of the cruiser must be held by you. Then, you have already arranged the tour for the submarine of the Hope, and no one should compete with you for it. And you should also be able to arrange personnel to take over the captain of the house. As for the remaining warship commanders, I suggest that you arrange some personnel for important positions and distribute them. Hand over the position of the chief officer so that you can arrange 3 of the 8 warships to be your own people, and everyone should have no objection. The commander of the Marine Corps has now been confirmed to be your own person, so the most important thing now is that you must hurry up and find one of your own to serve as your future Air Force commander. Although Fang Lang did not understand the distribution of power and parties within the Brazilian Navy, Parisi must have his own reasons for saying this. It seems that he must have a basic understanding of the relationship between people within the Brazilian Navy. If I'm trying to get the position of captain of another submarine, do I have a chance? Colonel Parisi turned around twice and said, if it's me, I may not have a chance, but your position in the Brazilian Navy is quite special. I think you may have a chance. If not, just give it a try. Well, then I'll see if I can find a suitable candidate. By the way, why did you insist that I take the cigar handed over by General Crook just now? You know I don't smoke. Thinking of how Colonel Parisi reminded himself with his feet twice to take the cigar handed over by General Crook, he was still a little confused, wondering if there was any particular reason. After hearing Fang Lang's question, Colonel Parisi smiled mysteriously and said, actually, this is a rumor I heard from the Brazilian Navy Department. It is said that General Crook likes to smoke cigars very much. Whenever he meets a naval officer he admires and is preparing to promote, he will invite him to smoke cigars together. If this officer takes his cigar and shows the same hobby, he will regard you as a companion. Otherwise, this officer will soon be marginalized. Fang Lang never thought that there would be such a way to play. But I don't smoke cigars. I didn't light it up the whole time just now. I don't know if I will be blacklisted. Ah, is that so? Then I won't be in trouble if I didn't smoke just now. I'm not sure about this either. This is just a rumor. Since you took the cigar, it shouldn't be a big problem. Have you never smoked before? As far as I know, under the influence of General Crook, smoking cigars is very popular in the Brazilian Navy. Maybe you have to learn this communication skill. Is this the origin of the legendary King of Truth and Waste and many people starved to death in the palace? It seems that, if I want to integrate into the Navy circle, do I have to learn to smoke cigars? Fang Lang has never smoked in his 2 lives. It's not that he has never smoked, but I don't know why he is not addicted to smoking. Maybe he doesn't smoke enough, and he knows that smoking has no benefits, so he doesn't continue to smoke. In fact, Fang Lang likes the aroma of cigars very much. It is said that smoking cigars not only does not pass through the lungs, but also needs to spit out the smoke quickly. Carefully savor the aroma left in the mouth, throat and even nasal cavity. If necessary, you can take a breath of clean air and you can smell the aroma of cigars. Fang Lang shook his head helplessly when he thought of this. He never thought that one day he would learn a bad habit in order to fit into a group. Okay, it seems that I really need to develop a hobby for myself. You must seriously consider the matter of forming a fishing fleet I told you about. I'm serious about this matter. Our family will soon build a shipyard in Brazil with global company. At that time, we will directly build several advanced fishing boats and go to the depths of the Atlantic to make a fortune. After hearing this, Parisi laughed and said, you are really calculating. You have targeted me, a guy who is about to retire. In fact, Parisi was still very grateful to Fang Lang in his heart. At least he felt that he was needed. It means that he is not useless. Fang Lang also laughed and walked towards his car, ready to start his pre-war preparations. He dared to open the car door, and then remembered something, and went back to Colonel Parisi and said, Colonel Parisi, I want to ask you for a favor. Is it okay? Colonel Parisi didn't care, and smiled and said, you are going to be my boss. Just tell me if you have anything to say. Obviously, this was to tell Fang Lang that he agreed to his invitation and planned to set up a fishery company after returning home. Fang Lang felt more relieved after hearing his answer. Since he had promised to set up a fishery company with him in the future, he would not deceive himself in many things. because I have been in the Brazilian Navy for too short a time, and I was promoted too quickly. This will obviously make my foundation unstable, so I want you, an old Navy, to help write a distribution of the entire Navy's forces. How many small groups are there in total, and which people belong to the same small group? Let me get familiar with our team, and avoid making unnecessary mistakes. Fang Lang's request made Percy stunned. He didn't expect that he would have such an idea. After a moment of silence, he said, I really need to investigate this carefully, because some people's sides are not obvious. I can't guarantee that it is accurate. Fang Lang laughed, gave Percy a hug, and said, it doesn't have to be 100% accurate, at least let me have a general understanding. Percy also smiled and said, no problem, I will give it to you when you come back. Chapter 95 Arrival in Okinawa. After 5 days of preparation, the Brazilian squadron finally set off for the Pacific battlefield. The fleet that set out this time included the Fletcher-class destroyer house, the captured German submarine Hope, and 2 Brazilian naval supply ships. Fang Lang's mood at this time was completely different from the last time he set out from the United States to escort. After all, the enemy he was about to face was the Japanese, who were at the end of their strength, and there were not many opportunities to beat the drowning dog. The entire fleet set out from the Mediterranean, crossed the Suez Canal, passed through the Red Sea, and entered the Pacific Ocean, and then turned to Saipan in the Pacific Ocean after reaching Australia. The entire voyage was very long, and they finally arrived at Saipan on time. Just when Fang Lang was about to take a short rest in Saipan, he was directly transferred to the Okinawa front by an order from the US Military Command. When Fang Lang found the headquarters of the 5th Carrier Fleet on Okinawa Island, it was already July 5th. As naval officers and soldiers, although the long voyage was really tiring, fortunately, although the distance was far, it did not need to cross the Japanese occupied area alone, so it was not particularly hard. However, the newly recruited Marines were in a tough situation. Although its first prerequisite for selecting Marines was the ability to swim, there was no necessary connection between being able to swim and seasickness. Therefore, many Marines had gotten used to vomiting. When everyone saw Okinawa Island, they were even more excited than when they defeated the Germans, because they finally saw land. Fang Lang looked at the mess of the Okinawa harbor full of warships. Soon, under the guidance of the harbor responder, Fang Lang, who had moored the warships, was the first to get off the house. Because he had to find the headquarters of the 5th Carrier Fleet to report, before he could officially join the US military's battle sequence, and receive logistical supplies from the US military. Fortunately, he had already contacted the 5th Carrier Fleet, and a jeep was waiting at the dock. Fang Lang rode in the jeep and bumped all the way, passing through several construction sites, and finally came to a relatively intact building after twists and turns. Under the guidance of the officer who greeted him, he came to the commander's office. When Fang Lang walked into the office and saw the sturdy middle-aged man sitting behind the desk, Fang Lang was stunned. He didn't expect that he was a yellow major general, which made Fang Lang understand the other party's identity directly. After all, yellow generals in the entire United States can be regarded as rare. Report to the commander. Captain Fang Lang of the Brazilian Expeditionary Force has been ordered to lead the warship to report. Clark looked up and saw the young man in front of him who was younger than his son. He couldn't believe that this was the expeditionary soldier who saved his son's life on the Italian battlefield. How long has it been since this kid has become a naval colonel? Is a Brazilian military rank so joking? However, the young man in front of him is his son's lifesaver. Moreover, from his standard military posture, it can be seen that he is an excellent soldier. In addition, everyone is of the same yellow race. When they meet in this army full of white people, they will naturally have a sense of intimacy. After smiling and waving his hand to signal the officer who led Fang Lang in to go out, General Clark stood up and smiled and stretched out his right hand. Fang, I'm glad to see you. Don't be polite, come and sit here. He pointed to the chair in front of the desk. Don't be so polite, you are John's savior, and also our family's savior. I'm really sorry, but Okinawa Island was just captured by us. Therefore, the conditions are relatively simple. I hope you don't mind. On behalf of the US government, I would like to express my warm welcome to you for traveling thousands of miles to help. Originally, I was going to let John pick you up, but he is still on the sea coming from Guam. Seeing General Clark's enthusiastic attitude, Fang Lang's heart, which had been floating in his heart, finally settled down. After sitting down, he did not dare to relax, and said quickly, "General Clark, you are too polite. We are late. We rushed all the way, but we still did not catch up to participate in this battle. We are very sorry." Clark waved his hand and said indifferently, "What does this have to do with you? It is these politicians who dragged their feet, which delayed the time. How can I blame you? It's not too late for you to come now. There will be a lot of opportunities to play later. Don't worry. Let's settle down and rest. There shouldn't be any new combat missions recently. After all, in this battle just now, both we and the Japanese suffered heavy losses, and we need time to lick our wounds and restore our strength." Fang Lang certainly knew the current situation in the United States and Japan. However, since Fang Lang came here from a long distance, he was not here for vacation. If he didn't take advantage of the Japanese when they were injured, would he wait for the Japanese to surrender and then hold a parade? This was inconsistent with Fang Lang's goal, so Fang Lang volunteered. "General Clark, I know that the Japanese must have suffered heavy losses this time. The US Navy has suffered heavy casualties after months of hard fighting and is in urgent need of rest. Although my team only has 2 warships, we have not participated in the battle except for rushing on the road, and we are still a fresh force. So, I hope you can give us a chance to kill the enemy." Although John had told his father that Fang Lang really wanted to fight the Japanese. However, it was originally thought that Fang Lang, who was transferred to the Naval Logistics Department through John's relationship, would be a coward. As a result, he did not expect this guy's fighting enthusiasm to be so high, and he could not help but look at Fang Lang with more respect. He unconsciously put on a satisfied smile and said, "Haha. Fang, there are plenty of opportunities to kill the enemy. If you are not tired, your soldiers will be tired. You have come from a long way. I can't just send you to the battlefield without giving you time to rest. So, I will allocate a camp for you first. You can simply rest first. Wait 2 days. We will replenish the supplies, and then go to the Japanese transportation line to turn it upside down. How about that?" Fang Lang naturally had no objection to General Clark's arrangement. As long as he could kill the Japanese, Fang Lang would take on any task. Besides, it was just a task of attacking the enemy's supply line, which was too easy. "Okay, General, then we will follow your instructions and rest for 2 days. On May 8th, after the supply is completed, we will immediately set out to the enemy's supply line to turn it upside down." Seeing that Fang Lang could listen to his instructions, Clark was relieved. After all, the other party was an allied officer, not the US Navy. Moreover, he was his son's savior. If the other party relied on this relationship and disobeyed orders, Clark would be in a difficult situation. "That's right. John has been talking about you for a long time. The day after tomorrow, he will arrive in Okinawa, and you two should get together. We'll have a meal together then. Unfortunately, there are no restaurants open in Okinawa now, otherwise I would definitely treat you to a big meal." General Clark's words immediately made Fang Lang feel that their relationship was much closer, and he couldn't help but relax, saying with a smile, "Yes. John and I haven't seen each other for a long time. He left in a hurry at that time, and I don't know if his leg has healed." Hearing Fang Lang's concern about John's leg injury, General Clark smiled and said, "Don't worry. His leg injury has healed a long time ago. He has been clamoring to be transferred to a combat unit like you to show his strength. Unfortunately, his mother has issued a death order that, if he goes to the battlefield, she will divorce me. So, there is no way. I can only let him continue to stay in the logistics position until he retires." Haha. Fang Lang could imagine how frustrated John would be because he couldn't show his abilities in the Navy. But as a good brother, Fang Lang could only look at him with sympathy and care for him. "By the way, I can show off in front of him. Otherwise it seems a bit sorry for coming all the way here. I was happy just thinking about it. Ah, poor John. Let me kill a few more damn Japanese devils for him." Looking at the smile in Fang Lang's eyes, General Clark also knew what the young man in front of him was thinking. After all, who hasn't been young before? From here, General Clark can also see that Fang Lang really treats John as a friend. After the two of them started the topic around John, the unfamiliarity between the two of them quickly disappeared without the previous formula. Although, Fang Lang didn't know if this was intentional by General Clark. However, Fang Lang was also happy to see it happen. After seeing Fang Lang relax, General Clark casually said, "If John saw your current rank, he would probably be very sad. I heard that the Brazilian Navy has now set up a naval fleet specifically for you. It seems that you have a great influence in the Brazilian Navy. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 96, Testing. Seeing General Clark's seemingly casual words, Fang Lang couldn't help but shout in his heart, "Great. It seems that he wants to test the Brazilian Navy's ideas." However, Fang Lang doesn't mind revealing the Brazilian Navy's plan, because this plan is open to the public. He believes that the US military must have known it clearly. So Fang Lang remained calm and said casually, "Hey, as we Chinese say, I'm just a fox taking advantage of the power of the tiger. Because John introduced Brigadier General Jackson to me. Brigadier General Jackson helped me a lot in my work. Therefore, the Brazilian Expeditionary Force believes that I have an American background, so I can get to where I'm today smoothly. This is all John's credit, or in fact, it is all your credit." Clark laughed when he heard Fang Lang's straightforward words. "Hearing you say that, I feel embarrassed. Is it also my credit that you sank the German submarine in the Atlantic? These are all your real achievements. It shows that you have achieved today's achievements with your real ability. When I was your age, I was not as good as you. I believe you will achieve greater success in the future. Isn't it said that Americans are straightforward? This high hat is worn in a set. Are you going to dig a pit for me to jump into?" Although Fang Lang's face was smiling, his heart couldn't help but start beating. "Hey, look at what you said. Without the powerful warships, supported by the United States, there would be no results. And I'm lucky. I encountered them all." Hearing Fang Lang's words, Clark just laughed and did not refute. Instead, he said directly, "I heard that your Brazilian Navy wants to build an aircraft carrier formation. This is a big deal. Once established, you will be the strongest naval force in South America. So you are waiting for me here. Are you trying to test my attitude towards this matter? This is not a secret. Almost all Brazilian Navy knows about this plan. Wasn't I ordered to go to the US Navy to learn the command of the aircraft carrier fleet? I was worried that I didn't know how to start. Now that you have taken the initiative to ask, I will reluctantly take the opportunity to do so. What a big deal. We have also seen the direction of future naval battles. In the future, if a country's navy does not have an aircraft carrier to support the scene, it will be embarrassed to say that it is also a country with a navy. Speaking of this, Uncle Clark, I really want to compete for the position of commander of Brazil's first aircraft carrier fleet. I wonder if I can learn the knowledge of commanding an aircraft carrier fleet from you in advance." Fang Lang's words obviously made Clark stunned. He didn't expect that he would talk about himself. However, looking at Fang Lang's expectant expression, thinking about his relationship with him, it seems that it is not appropriate to refuse. Although, the United States built a total of 27 large aircraft carriers, 11 light aircraft carriers, and 117 escort aircraft carriers throughout World War II, a total of 155. Although the aircraft carriers during World War II are very different from those of later generations, and there is not much technical content, and even many so-called escort aircraft carriers are simply converted from large cargo ships. However, it does not mean that the US government will agree that Latin American countries also have their own aircraft carrier fleets. This is our own backyard. All we need to do is provide raw materials and a market for our products. Diplomacy and military affairs must obey my command. I will not allow you to become strong. This is why Brazil in later generations, although it has its own aircraft carrier, bought second-hand goods from Britain and France instead of second-hand goods from the United States. It is not that Brazil does not want to buy American goods, but that the United States does not sell them to Brazil. A navy without an aircraft carrier is basically a coastal defense fleet and has no way to go to the deep blue. As a person of later generations, Fang Lang has a very thorough understanding of the Americans' thoughts. Therefore, he has completely different ideas from most of the current Brazilian naval officers. Everyone thinks that Americans are good teachers and good friends. Only Fang Lang knows that every candy given by this good teacher and good friend in everyone's eyes is poisonous. Therefore, you must be careful when accepting gifts. Fang Lang, who is considered pro-American by everyone, is actually anti-American in his heart. All he wants is to use the United States and has never thought of leaning towards the United States. Of course, these things can be known by yourself, so why tell others? General Clark met Fang Lang's expectant gaze, and after his eyes flickered, he had to smile and said, "Haha. Fang, it would be great if all young people could be as studious as you. I absolutely support your idea. Let's put it this way. You still have to command your fleet to fight, and you must not leave your post casually. When the war is over, I recommend you to go to our American Advanced Naval Academy for further studies. After you finish your studies, come to my fleet to study with me. Your sister's old fox, I'm your son's savior." You said it so nicely, and you will come to your fleet to study after you finish your studies. Wait until I finish my studies. You are about to retire. What's the point of going to your fleet to study? Just studying hard in school and letting you Americans brainwash you. What's the point? I can't let you get away so easily. Fang Lang said, as if he didn't hear anything. Hey, Uncle Clark, please don't embarrass me. I'm not good at studying. I get sleepy when I see textbooks. If I go to school, you might as well kill me. Don't worry, since I was appointed as the commander of the First Fleet, I have begun to train my deputy. Now it doesn't matter whether my warships have me or not. I can completely hand over the warships to them and then follow you wholeheartedly to learn the command of aircraft carrier formations for a period of time. Is that okay? Clark obviously didn't expect the young man in front of him to be so difficult, and he was quite embarrassed. Just as he was about to continue to refuse, he heard someone knocking on the office door. He was delighted and quickly said with a serious expression, "Come in." The person who pushed the door in was an American officer. Fang Lang had seen him at the desk outside the door before entering the office. He should be General Clark's adjutant. The officer smiled at Fang Lang apologetically and said to General Clark, "General, the meeting time has come and everyone is waiting for you. Do you think we need to postpone the meeting?" Hearing the adjutant's words, Clark's eyebrows raised and his heart was happy, but his face was full of annoyance. He slapped his forehead and turned to Fang Lang and said, "Oh, I'm really sorry. Fang, I almost forgot that I have a meeting to attend. How about this? Let's talk about it here today. I will let the adjutant go back with you to arrange your camp. You should rest well first. When John comes to Okinawa the day after tomorrow, we will have a good chat when we have dinner together." Fang Lang couldn't help but secretly say it was a pity. Although, he knew that, even if he followed General Clark to study, he would not have the opportunity to experience a large-scale naval battle. However, if he could learn about the command system, logistics support, communication methods and other aspects of the fleet operation of the US aircraft carrier fleet, it would be a very rare opportunity, and these have all been tested in actual combat. I don't know if it is really such a coincidence, but Fang Lang can't continue to pester him. He could only stand up and say, "Uncle Clark, you go ahead. I'll go back and arrange the fleet first. When John comes back, we'll have a good chat. I won't bother you today." General Clark also said politely, "Alas, I can't help it. We were also injured in this battle. So, work has been very busy recently. Fang, don't mind. When John arrives, I will definitely take time to have a good chat with you. Steve, you personally take Colonel Fang to coordinate the camp and make sure to choose a good place. Inform the Logistics Department to give priority to replenishing combat supplies to our allies who want to join the battle as soon as possible. We must do our best to provide logistics support. Do you understand? Fang Lang didn't know if there was any hidden meaning in the explanations given by General Clark and the adjutant. He also deliberately called General Clark uncle in front of the adjutant and pointed out the relationship with John, just to make the adjutant believe that he had a good personal relationship with General Clark's family. Although this may not necessarily gain any substantial benefits, Fang Lang believed that at least he would not be troubled. The adjutant, named Steve, straightened his face, stood at attention, saluted, and answered loudly, "Yes, General." Thanks to the Book Friends Fantasy Planet, Blacksmith Ayan, and Sad Echoes for their awards, and the monthly tickets and recommendation tickets from all the book friends. Your support is the motivation for me to continue writing. Thank you all. Chapter 97, Reminiscing. General Clark's adjutant obviously saw that Fang Lang had a special relationship with General Clark. Therefore, he made great efforts to arrange the Brazilian Expeditionary Force. Although the barracks were just a temporary barracks, built with simple tents, the entire US military camp was also like this. Fang Lang could not find any faults. Fang Lang understood the soldiers' desire to rest, especially the Marines, who were even more impatient. Therefore, after the camp was confirmed, the Marines moved in as soon as possible. Since Fang Lang's Marine Corps was a completely newly formed force, it had not yet received complete running and training. Now that he had come to the headquarters of the US Marine Corps, Fang Lang would not miss this opportunity to learn. He directly explained the situation to General Clark's adjutant and proposed to arrange the most elite US Marines to help train real Marines. This small request did not need to be reported to General Clark at all. The Marines on the island had been resting for a few days and were getting bored and causing trouble everywhere because they had no place to vent their energy. Now they have a bunch of rookies to abuse, which is just too perfect. As a result, they only wanted to borrow a team of more than 10 instructors, but more than 100 American soldiers signed up enthusiastically. What else can I say? Fang Lang certainly agrees with both hands. As for the training consumption, Fang Lang doesn't have to worry about it at all. The adjutant just talked to the logistics department. Fang Lang and John are very familiar with each other. The door of the logistics warehouse was completely open to the Marine Corps. After all, it was the US government's supplies, not the American soldiers' own. Who would feel sorry? Besides, it was not a waste. Just report it and hand it over to the Allied forces for training. With such a large-scale war consumption, who would care about this little loss? Fang Lang directly ordered DeWitt to seize this rare opportunity to learn real combat skills from the American soldiers and use the US military's supplies to complete the training of his own soldiers. He can only give him 40 days of training time. After 40 days, Fang Lang will see the well-trained Marines. He directly stated that he could accept 5% of personnel losses. This was equivalent to telling DeWitt that he had given 25 death quotas. This made DeWitt's eyes change. Obviously, he did not expect Fang Lang's requirements to be so strict. Fang Lang even directly told the major officer of the US Marine Corps who came to organize the training that as long as they did not die from the training, they would train to death. He promised that each instructor would receive a $100 training subsidy for 40 days, and the major would receive a $500 subsidy. If they could reach the average combat effectiveness of the US Marine Corps, they would receive an additional 20% reward, and if they exceeded the level of the US Marine Corps, they would receive another 20%. This news made the instructors of the US Marine Corps crazy. The Brazilian Marine Corps ushered in their Hell Month, making all the Brazilian Expeditionary Force Marines pale when talking about their experiences this month. Of course, Fang Lang would not deliberately torture these soldiers. He specially hired a 5-person medical team at a high salary to ensure the health of the soldiers. He promised that, if the soldiers met the training requirements, each of them would receive a personal reward of $100 from Fang Lang, and the reward would be increased by 50% if they exceeded the level of the US instructors. If the team's performance did not meet the requirements, all rewards would be cancelled. This made the soldiers who had just been transferred to work under Fang Lang and had just received their first personal allowance from Fang Lang shine with joy, and all of them expressed their determination to win this bonus. After arranging the affairs of the Marine Corps, Fang Lang finally waited for John on the afternoon of July 7th. It was unknown whether General Clark deliberately avoided Fang Lang and broke his promise by not showing up with John. When Fang Lang saw John visiting at the gate of the camp, they were both very generous, punched each other, and then hugged each other tightly. Fang, why do you seem to have lost weight? Are the Italian girls too enthusiastic? You should also be moderate. Hey, you know Lilith is indeed a gentle and good girl. Do you know how determined I'm to leave her behind and come to see you? You bastard, will you die if you don't show off Lilith in front of me? Haha. Brother, don't be sad. I will ask Lilith to introduce you to some hot Italian girls. However, you have grown a little bit since I last saw you. Are you sure you can still handle the girls? Do you want to compete? Forget it. As a good brother, I'm afraid you will feel inferior. Haha. After joking, Fang Lang and John walked into Fang Lang's tent with their arms around each other. As soon as they sat down, John apologized to Fang language. Fang, my father asked me to apologize to you. He is really busy with military affairs and can't leave. So, Fang Lang waved his hand nonchalantly to interrupt John's words. What are you talking about? John, we are good brothers, and your father is my elder. How can an elder come to visit a younger generation? Don't worry, I won't mind. We can chat better without your father, right? In fact, when Fang Lang left General Clark's office, he already knew that there was no chance for him to learn the command experience of the US aircraft carrier fleet from General Clark. Therefore, he had already set his learning goal on Britain or France. As an adult, he would not do anything just because General Clark was unwilling to teach him the command experience of aircraft carriers. After all, the US military is not his own, and many things are beyond his control. This is determined by his own position. However, Fang Lang believes that General Clark rejected Fang Lang's first request, so the next time Fang Lang makes a request that is not so difficult, General Clark will definitely consider it carefully. Even if Fang Lang cannot get the benefits of the US military from General Clark, he will definitely get benefits in business. For example, if there is no such relationship, Fang Lang can't handle the production line of penicillin, right? Fang, you're absolutely right. I don't like meeting with my father either. It's too uncomfortable. It's not as comfortable as we are now. After saying that, he stretched out his hand to bump fists with Fang language. Fang Lang also smiled and bumped fists with him. Young people have common topics. How come I heard from your father that you also want to join the combat unit? Hearing Fang Lang's words, John's originally smiling face immediately became depressed. Hey, don't mention it. I'm almost depressed. After all, I came from a combat unit, but now I run to the Navy to manage logistics and I don't even have the chance to see the enemy. What fun do I have in my life? You are not as free and easy as me. When we met, I was a major and you were a sergeant. Now I'm a lieutenant colonel and you are a colonel. I have heard about your brilliant achievements in battle, and it's exciting to think about it. Shouldn't men be like you? Haha, brother, I heard from your father that if you join a combat unit, your mother will divorce your father. For the sake of your family, forget it. Alas. I'm so pitiful, and you still laugh at me. Are you still a good brother? Actually, in my opinion, it's great to be a logistics officer. Especially for logistics officers in the US military, there must be many suppliers who give you benefits. But you don't seem to lack these, and this doesn't seem to be of much use to you. Don't mention it. How can I not need it? I have to spend money too. I also have to pick up girls. But, under my father's nose, I dare not take any benefits, for fear of causing a bad influence on my father. If I had known, I should not have listened to you and come to work under my father. It seems that you are really a bit pitiful. Hey, stop talking about me. I heard from my brothers today that the Marines under your command seem to be a bit miserable. How miserable? I'm also doing this to improve their combat effectiveness. You have also participated in the training of the Expeditionary Force. The combat effectiveness of the Brazilian army is really hard to describe. Otherwise, you Americans would not insist on training us for 2 years before you dare to put us on the battlefield. Now that they are under my command, of course I have to be more strict. The Japanese are like stones in the toilet, smelly and hard. I dare not let them go to the battlefield unless I train them into iron fists. Yes, we have all been on the European battlefield. Whether it is the Germans or Italians, they are not as desperate as the Japanese. By the way, speaking of this, I want to remind you, the battlefield in Asia is different from the battlefield in Europe. These dwarfs will not surrender easily, and often even pretend to surrender. I think you must be careful. Fang Lang and John had a long talk. As Fang Lang's first friend after waking up, the two of them were friends who had known each other for a lifetime. Therefore, Fang Lang also regarded John as a true friend. At dinner, the two of them drank a lot of wine, and they were both drunk. Chapter 98 Searching for the Enemy. When Fang Lang boarded the house the next morning, he was still dizzy when he left Okinawa. Fortunately, the waters of Okinawa were now the territory of the Allied forces, and he could not meet the Japanese just because he wanted to. In fact, the straight line distance between Okinawa and Hangzhou Bay was only about 900 kilometers. If the house sailed directly to Hangzhou Bay at its maximum speed of 35 knots, it would take less than 20 hours to reach it. Of course, it was impossible for a ship to sail at the highest speed all the time. Therefore, the house sailed westward at a speed of 20 knots. Fang Lang's target was not the mainland, because if it got too close to the land, it would enter the attack range of the Japanese Air Force. Although Japan was short of fuel now, there were still oil reserves in the country. The Japanese were now trying to transport strategic materials such as fuel to Japan, and these transport ships were Fang Lang's target. It was not that Fang Lang did not want to attack the Japanese mainland directly, but if he foolishly drove a ship to attack Japan directly, he would basically end up like Don Quixote. War is not a street fight, and you can't do it recklessly. Fang Lang ordered the Hope to patrol the route from Shanghai to Nagasaki. He was looking for ships that might be heading from Taiwan to Japan in the East China Sea. He didn't know if the Japanese Navy was really defeated. For 3 whole days, the two warships found nothing. This made Fang Lang very angry. He thought he was too late. It seemed that the Japanese were really defeated. After asking the 5th Carrier Fleet for instructions, Fang Lang began to shift his target. He ordered the Hope to go directly to the Korean Strait and attack ships traveling between Korea and Japan near Tsushima Island. Fang Lang followed the house and began to explore the direction of Shanghai, trying to find out whether the Japanese Army Air Force would send military aircraft to attack him for his warship. Because the maximum detection range of the air defense radar of the Fletcher-class destroyer is 120 kilometers. Therefore, on July 12, Fang Lang directly led the house to a distance of less than 100 nautical miles from Shanghai. But let alone Japanese aircraft, he didn't even encounter a Japanese ship. This made Fang Lang very angry. I came all the way to fight you, but you didn't show up. This made me lose face. On July 13th, Fang Lang's house simply broke into the distance of about 50 kilometers from Shanghai, trying to attract the enemy to attack at close range. But Fang Lang did not dare to enter the distance within 50 kilometers, because this was the maximum range of the Japanese Type 90 240mm heavy cannon. If he was hit by a Japanese heavy artillery, it would be more trouble than gain. After all, Shanghai is not Japan, and Fang Lang cannot attack Shanghai. The firepower of Fang Lang's destroyer could not reach the Japanese. Unexpectedly, the Japanese seemed to be blind and indifferent to the approach of the house. Just when Fang Lang was cursing the Japanese on the house for being cowardly, Hope brought good news from the Korean Strait, sinking a transport ship from North Korea to Japan, and contacted the American submarine that was carrying out the blockade mission in the Korean Strait, playing the wolf pack tactics invented by the Germans. This hurt Fang Lang a lot. For the first time, he wanted to own an aircraft carrier from the bottom of his heart, so that there would not be such an embarrassing situation as now. Similarly, Fang Lang also saw the weakness of the Japanese from this situation. Fang Lang could never have imagined that the Japanese would let the house approach so close and remain indifferent. Fang Lang simply went all out and began to blockade the sea off Shanghai. He did not believe that the Japanese would really not run away. Just when Fang Lang was furious that he punched cotton and could not find the enemy, Global Steel and Global Shipbuilding in the United States finally completed the acquisition and integration work. They own steel companies and shipyards across the United States, Britain, Germany, and Italy. Although the scale of steel mills and shipyards in each country is not large, even the factories in the United States are more like research institutes, it cannot be denied that the two companies have officially obtained the qualifications to enter the steel market and shipbuilding market. The first key task of the company, after completing the integration, is to officially start joint venture negotiations with the Brazilian Fang Lang Group, planning to invest in the establishment of a steel plant and shipyard in Sao Paulo, Brazil. This project has been highly valued by the Brazilian government, the Brazilian military, and the Sao Paulo city government. For the first time, the Brazilian Fang Lang Group appeared in the eyes of Brazilian politicians and the Brazilian people. The Brazilian Navy and the Brazilian Expeditionary Force even directly stood up for the Fang Lang Group. This company, which had just been established in Brazil, became a household name overnight and was on the front page of major Brazilian newspapers. It also shocked the turbulent Brazilian political arena. Don't think that the author's description is exaggerated. The reason why Brazil became the only country in South America to send troops to participate in the European war was because in the summer of 1940, the Brazilian government simultaneously launched negotiations with the United States and Germany in order to build the earliest modern large-scale steel plant. In the end, the US government reached an agreement with Brazilian President Vargas to provide a $10 million interest-free loan for Brazil to build a steel plant in Votorantim. It marked that Brazil officially abandoned Germany and joined the American camp. From this, we can see how much influence a modern steel plant will have on the Brazilian government. In fact, the so-called joint venture negotiations seem to have been repeatedly negotiated by outsiders and even attracted big capital in Brazil to participate. Unfortunately, they didn't know that all this was just a show. Therefore, big capital in Brazil was destined to gain nothing. On July 13, Fang Lang Group officially announced the establishment of the joint venture and began investment negotiations with the government, planning to invest $20 million to establish a steel plant and a shipyard in Brazil. Fang Lang was naturally very happy when he received this news, which also dispelled the depressed mood of the past few days. In the early morning of July 14th, the radar of the house found that there was a ship approaching the house. Fang Lang thought that the Japanese were finally going to fight and hurriedly ordered the house to turn. But when the other party entered the visual range of the lookout, it was discovered that it was a wooden fishing boat. This made the crew of the house decide to be boring, and they thought that the Japanese were attacking with a wooden fishing boat. Just as he was about to aim at the other party and kill him with one shot, Fang Lang suddenly remembered that this time his sixth sense didn't seem to feel hostility. He then ordered the boatswain to take 10 soldiers in a transport boat to check the situation. Don't wait, it will be a big crime if they are fishermen. Soon the boatswain brought back 2 people dressed like fishermen and reported to Fang Lang that they were intelligence personnel of the National Army, hoping to meet the Allied commander. Fang Lang looked at the 2 carefully for a while and then said, "What are you doing? What are you doing here?" The 2 saw that there were several yellow people and a black man among the soldiers who brought them here, and they felt nervous. When they approached and saw that the flag on this warship was something they had never seen before, they were wondering. Then they heard an officer on the opposite side asking in Chinese, and they were even more stunned. An older man who looked about 50 years old took the initiative to speak. "Sir, are you from the Allied Army?" The other party's voice was obviously much younger. This made Fang Lang look at the man on the opposite side more carefully. He turned around and whispered to the boatswain, "Have you searched me?" He thought to himself, "Don't wait until 2 Japanese spies come to assassinate me at close range. That would be embarrassing." The boatswain nodded. Fang Lang then replied, "We are an Allied warship. Who are you?" Hearing Fang Lang's answer, the 2 men were obviously relieved. The man who took the initiative to speak continued, "Sir, your Mandarin is really good. My name is Zhang Ze. I'm a major intelligence officer at the Shanghai station of the National Government Military Intelligence Bureau. The one next to me is my translator Qiuuie. It's nice to meet you." These 2 people are also the first batch of real fellow countrymen that Fang Lang met after his rebirth. However, Fang Lang is very clear about the power of the Japanese intelligence agency, and he can't trust them easily. Don't wait to be used by the Japanese, it will be a big trouble. "Do you have evidence?" Zhang Ze glanced at the soldiers who were on guard with guns around him and pointed to the position of his belt with his finger. Fang Lang understood what he meant and nodded without saying anything. A soldier came forward and fumbled along the direction the man pointed. He soon touched a hard object, took it out, and checked it before handing it to Fang Language. A closer look revealed that it was an identity document, which roughly meant that the National Army had sent 2 military intelligence officers to the ship to discuss a plan to jointly attack the Japanese army, and this was to certify something like that. Chapter 99 Intelligence Officer. To be honest, from Fang Lang's point of view, this certificate is too rough, and it is impossible to judge its authenticity. It is easy for the Japanese to get such a document. Seeing the 2 people looking at him nervously, Fang Lang directly said in Portuguese, "Catch them all." The 2 obviously did not understand Portuguese, but Brazilian soldiers all spoke Portuguese, so they waited for the 2 to react. They were arrested by a group of soldiers. The 2 men were so scared that they shouted, "Sir, is there any misunderstanding? We are the allies. Is there any misunderstanding?" Unfortunately, Fang Lang ignored them and ordered the boatswain directly, "Find a room, strip them naked for me, and check them carefully. Focus on checking whether their underwear is a Japanese loincloth, and whether there are traces of clogs on their feet. Also, whether they have wounds on their bodies, and whether they have been tortured. Vice Captain Rihanna, please contact the Okinawa base and ask them to verify the identities of the 2 people with the national government." Rihanna took the order and left directly, but the boatswain said a little awkwardly, "Sir, what are these loincloths and clogs you are talking about?" Fang Lang knew that Brazilians had not had much contact with the Japanese, so it was normal for him not to know these things. Therefore, he explained it to him in detail and told him what kind of traces would be left. The boatswain suddenly realized and took the order and left. Looking at the wooden fishing boats gradually moving away on the sea in the distance, Fang Lang couldn't help but start to think about which unit these people belong to. If they are really from the Military Control Commission, then what is their purpose? If they are not from the Military Control Commission, then what are they from? If they are Japanese, what is their purpose? Soon, the boatswain came to report the results of the inspection to Fang Language. "Sir, the 2 people did not find the characteristics you mentioned, nor did they have any signs of torture. The older one had 2 knife wounds, but neither was fatal. It looked like they were caused by a street fight. The young man had a penetrating wound on the right chest. He was lucky to survive. However, I feel that the 2 people look a little strange. Judging from their faces, they are both older, but their bodies do not look that old." Fang Lang smiled after hearing this. "This is obviously disguised. I didn't expect that such technology already exists now." I couldn't help but feel a little excited. "That's because they put on makeup. Tell them to take off the disguise. After we confirm their identities with the Okinawa base, I will talk to them again." "Yes, sir." Around noon, Fang Lang received a notification from the Okinawa base about confirming the identity information of the 2 people. When Fang Lang saw the 2 people again, they had changed a lot. The older Zhang Ze was only about 36 or 37 years old, while the translator next to him was less than 30. Looking at the 2 people in front of him, Fang Lang nodded, pointed to the chair in front of him, and said calmly, "You 2, I have just confirmed your identities with your country. I hope you don't mind my unreasonable behavior just now." The 2 looked at the young man sitting opposite them with a big horse and a golden knife, and were a little unsure of his identity. Zhang Ze spoke first. It's okay. This is a necessary review procedure and we can understand it." Fang Lang didn't mean to apologize. It wasn't that Fang Lang was not excited to see his 2 compatriots. It was that keeping a certain distance before figuring out the other party's purpose was more conducive to communication between the 2 sides. "Then please tell me, what is the purpose of the 2 of you risking your lives to come here?" Hearing Fang Lang's words, Zhang Ze hesitated and said, "Sir, I wonder if you can explain your identities." Since he confirmed the other party's identity, Fang Lang certainly would not hide his identity from the other party, and said directly, "We are the Allied Brazilian Expeditionary Navy. I'm Colonel Fang Lang of the Brazilian Expeditionary Force. I'm under the command of the 5th Aircraft Carrier Fleet of the United States. and come to carry out the task of blocking Japan's transportation line. Zhang Ze was obviously relaxed at this time and began to put on a very unnatural fake smile on his face, which made Fang Lang look very awkward. "Hello, sir. Since it is the Allied army, then we are allies. Thank you very much for the Allied forces coming from afar to help us kill the little Japanese." Seeing that the other party was still going to be polite, Fang Lang interrupted unceremoniously. "Okay, your smile is very fake, so put it away. We are allies, and we are even more compatriots. There is no need to deliberately please us. Just tell me what your purpose is in coming here." To be honest, Fang Lang really hates people who deliberately please foreign devils when they see them. You haven't been so flattering even to your own father. Why do you feel that you are inferior to the foreign devils? Zhang Ze was stunned, obviously not expecting Fang Lang to be so direct, and said uncertainly, "Sir, you just said that we are compatriots. Isn't it so obvious? As a major intelligence officer of the Military Control Commission, you are only so good. Didn't you listen carefully when I said my name just now? Or is the one next to you Major Zhang Ze?" Fang Lang's words made both of them stunned. After looking at each other, the young man who had been very calm and silent on the side finally spoke. "Colonel Fang, you really have a sharp eye." After that, he stood at attention and saluted. "Hello, sir. I'm Zhang Ze, a major intelligence officer of the Military Control Commission Shanghai Station." The man who had been saying that he was Zhang Ze also stood up a little embarrassedly and said, "Hello, sir. I'm Qiuyuye, an intelligence officer of the Shanghai Station." Fang Lang said nonchalantly, "Okay, I don't care about these. I just want to know the purpose of the two finding us." The real Zhang Ze didn't waste any words and spoke directly. "We want to cooperate with your army. We will provide you with the departure time and route of the Japanese freighter to facilitate your direct attack." Fang Lang was stunned when he heard this. This is like someone giving you a pillow just when you want to fall asleep. After thinking for a while, he said in surprise, "If you can get the time when the Japanese freighter leaves the port, you can report it directly to the Allies. There is no need to find us directly. Besides, I have been looking for a transport ship nearby for several days and I can't see what's going on." Colonel Fang, this is exactly what I want to say. Since the Allies occupied Okinawa, the Japanese have detained all the cargo ships in Shanghai, allowing them to enter but not leave. We found that the Japanese are in great difficulty and are very short of fuel. They have concentrated the fuel of all ships on more than 20 ships, apparently preparing to ensure the fuel supply of these ships. In addition, we found that the Japanese garrison in Shanghai is collecting strategic materials everywhere, including bristles, rubber, tung oil, ore, and even kerosene used by ordinary people. Among them, some are various precious historical relics and gold and silver collected from the country. We judge that they want to form a fleet and set off at the same time, and there may even be several warships escorting them. As for why we contacted you directly instead of reporting to the headquarters, the reason is very simple. The Japanese are very strict this time, and even the porters are Japanese expatriates. We have no chance to get close, let alone get the exact departure time. Now we can only monitor the movements of the warships from a distance in the harbor, worried that if they suddenly leave, we will report to the headquarters, and it will be too late to arrange for the fleet to intercept them." Fang Lang thought, no wonder he didn't catch a single hair in all these days. It turns out that the Japanese are planning this. It seems that he needs to invite a few ships for a hunt. The Japanese want to ship back the things they robbed from China to defend Japan. Isn't this just a pipe dream? Can you find a way to determine the exact time of their departure? I will find a way to coordinate the interception fleet to ensure that they are all sent to the bottom of the sea and never let them be transported back to Japan. After hearing Fang Lang's words, Zhang Ze shook his head and said with frustration, "We are now trying our best to find out the departure time of the devils. But they have put the entire port under martial law. Our people can't get in at all, and those who get in can't get out. Don't they want to eat or drink? So many ships set off together, they must have collected enough food and drinking water. If you can't get in, have you analyzed the materials they purchased?" Hearing Fang Lang's words, Zhang Ze couldn't help but look at Fang language. This kind of thinking is the working idea of intelligence personnel. I didn't expect that the Colonel Fang in front of him would have such awareness. We have been doing this for a long time, but in the past half month, they have been maintaining a measure of equal purchases. Based on our analysis of their data, we think that their material purchases are now enough for their long voyages. But they still haven't made any moves. Chapter 100 Changes in Thinking. Looking at the military intelligence officer in front of him, Fang Lang couldn't help but believe in his professionalism. After all, China's military intelligence during World War II was not an ordinary person. Professional things should be left to professionals. He should think about how to lock onto the Japanese fleet if it comes out. Which route might the other party take for transportation, and whether there will be Japanese aircraft escort all the time. Although the Japanese Navy is now considered to be crippled, there are still 3 pounds of nails in the broken ship. Fang Lang will not relax his vigilance just because the Japanese are about to surrender. Maybe the Japanese also want to use this transport fleet to fish. Judging from their height and body shape, the two people in front of him do not look like Japanese. However, Fang Lang is very clear that the Japanese also have many traitors and lackeys in their hands, and Fang Lang cannot easily believe their identities. However, Fang Lang has to pay attention to the information they provided. What if it is true? But in his heart, Fang Lang is still more inclined to believe their identities. Because from beginning to end, Fang Lang did not feel any malice from them. This is not that Fang Lang is superstitious about his sixth sense, but his sixth sense has indeed never been wrong so far. Thinking about it, Fang Lang suddenly had an idea. Could it be that these little Japanese had actually been ready to set off long ago, but their plans were disrupted just because of his sudden appearance? At this time, the US Navy had just experienced the Battle of Okinawa and was resting. Normally, this time should leave a loophole for the Japanese to exploit. But will this little butterfly who just arrived in Okinawa and does not need to rest disrupt the Japanese plan? How will the Japanese react as he approaches step by step these days? Fang Lang began to think from another perspective. If he were the commander of the Japanese and found that a destroyer was approaching Shanghai step by step, would he think that his plan had been exposed? Exposed or not exposed, what measures should he take to deal with it? Slowly, Fang Lang had a feeling in his heart that the Japanese were either waiting for him to leave or thinking about how to kill him with one blow. Slowly, Fang Lang's thoughts became clearer in his mind. A smile began to emerge at the corner of his mouth. He believed that the Japanese must be impatient. It was daytime now, and Fang Lang was not worried because the daytime was the world of the US Air Force. American planes could arrive in 2 hours from Okinawa. After thinking for a long time, Fang Lang slapped his forehead and cursed himself as a fool. It seemed that he was used to being poor and had never lived a rich life. He did not have an air force, so his thinking was limited. However, there was a rich man behind him now. So-called one force can defeat 10 skills. Things are not that complicated. Now he is the one who takes the initiative. Thinking of this, Fang Lang no longer hesitated and said to Zhang Zhen and the others, "Damn, you guys are really stupid. Since you already know where the Japanese ship is, why do you care when it sets off? Isn't a stationary ship easier to blow up than a moving ship?" He walked directly to the bridge without caring about the reactions of the two and received the communication to General Clark's office. "General Clark, this is Fang language. I'm off the coast of Shanghai. I just got accurate intelligence that the Japanese army has assembled a large number of transport ships at the port of Shanghai, concentrated the fuel on more than 20 ships, and is preparing to transport a batch of strategic materials to Japan tonight. I would like to apply to send an aircraft now to keep these ships and materials in Shanghai. Is the information accurate?" This information was provided by the intelligence personnel of the National Army. However, based on the analysis of the situation I have encountered in the past few days, this information should be true. Then you stay nearby and evaluate the results of the battle nearby. The plane will arrive in 3 hours. Hearing the reply in the communication channel, Fang Lang finally experienced what it means to be a rich man, a rich and inhumane rich man. It's just a war. Why are there so many twists and turns? Isn't it enough to just push forward? Why do you need submarines and hunting when you have planes? If one batch is not enough, just get another one. In his heart, he unconsciously warned himself to change his mindset. This is no longer the era of giant ships and cannons. What does it mean to have air supremacy as to have sea supremacy? The waiting time is very difficult, especially when you know that something you are looking forward to is about to happen. This kind of waiting is simply a torment. Fang Lang felt a little restless. He tried to calm himself down, so he began to patrol various places on the warship. As a result, the crew members were very nervous. He was forced to stop patrolling and stand outside the bridge, looking in the direction of Shanghai through the telescope. He knew very well where that direction was, and he also wanted to go home and see what his hometown looked like now. He thought that he had just contacted the US military plane to bomb his hometown. Although it was an attack on the Japanese devils, he was worried that innocent people would be killed and injured. He wanted to notify the US military to cancel the bombing plan, but he was afraid that the Japanese would really slip away from under his nose. The mood was very complicated. The adjutant who had been following him didn't know what happened to his superior. Yes, you read it right. Fang Lang now has an adjutant and an orderly. His adjutant is only a second lieutenant. The reason why his rank is so low is that before he became his adjutant, he was just an ordinary veteran of the Brazilian Expeditionary Force. The reason why he could become Fang Lang's adjutant was that he was a Chinese brother who joined the army with his predecessor, and he was also a friend who grew up together. When Fang Lang ordered Duat to select Marines, he directly put the two of them on the list of the three who joined the army together. At first, Fang Lang didn't dare to contact them when he just woke up. After all, he was no longer the same person he used to be, and he was afraid that his close friends would see the flaws. Fortunately, both of them survived the war safely. Of course, Fang Lang wanted to promote his brothers when he had the chance, so he directly transferred the two to his command. When the two saw Fang Lang again, they couldn't believe their eyes. The brother who grew up with them and joined the army together had suddenly become a high-ranking naval colonel, the powerful chief of the entire Brazilian Navy, which made the two dare not recognize him. Fortunately, Fang Lang remembered every bit of his time with them. After asking them for their own opinions, he directly promoted them to second lieutenants, one as his adjutant, and the other as a second lieutenant platoon leader in the Marine Corps. Kikingshan saw Fang Lang's nervousness and remembered that he would also tremble because of nervousness before launching a charge on the battlefield, but a puff of cigarette would calm him down. He silently took out Fang Lang's cigar from his shoulder bag, took out a cigar, cut off the cigar head with a cigar cutter, and handed it to him. Fang Lang looked at the cigar handed over, smiled and took it and said, "Kingshan, do you want to go to Shanghai to have a look?" Kikingshan lit a match, blocked the sea breeze with his hand, and leaned in front of Fang Lang and said, "Of course I do. I also want to see my grandfather's hometown. I don't know what my grandfather's hometown is like, and whether there are any relatives there. Yes. If our group of people hadn't been together all the time and hadn't separated, I guess we would have forgotten that we have roots here now. As immigrants, if it weren't for the scarcity of Chinese in Brazil, everyone went to Brazil in the same batch and kept each other together. It is estimated that by the time of Fang Lang's generation, they would have been completely integrated into Brazil. Maybe they can't even speak Chinese. This is why the banana people appeared. However, these Chinese in Brazil have been gathering together to form a small village. Most of the people intermarry and have more or less relatives. In particular, the elderly can only communicate in dialect, that is, their parents will use Portuguese when they go out. However, when they return to the village, they will switch back to Chinese. Therefore, everyone's heritage has not been lost. In fact, the same situation was also true for Japanese immigrants in Brazil during this period. Fang Lang took a deep puff of cigar, feeling the taste from his mouth, and his mood gradually relaxed. After exhaling the smoke, the fragrance left in his mouth made Fang Lang enjoy it a little. His anxious mood slowly calmed down, and he finally understood why so many people like to smoke. Fang Lang, who always thought he had no addiction to smoking, began to consider whether he would use cigars to calm his mood in the future. "Kingshan, we probably won't have the chance to visit our hometown this time. However, after the war, we will have plenty of opportunities. How about arranging a chance for you to go back and visit your grandfather's hometown?" "Really? That's great, but it's a pity that our grandfather is no longer with us. I will go back and look for the things he left behind to see if I can find the specific address of my hometown. Time passed little by little while chatting with Kikingshan. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.